St. Anthony's Sermon to the Fishes by Anonymous. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. St. Anthony's Sermon to the Fishes. St. Anthony at church was left in the lurch, so he went to the ditches and preached to the fishes. They wriggled their tails, in the sun glanced their scales. The carps with their spawn are all hither drawn, have opened their jaws, eager for each clause. No sermon beside had the carps so edified. Sharp-snouted pikes, who keep fighting like tykes, now swam up harmonious to hear St. Antonius. No sermon beside had the pikes so edified. And that very odd fish, who loves fast days, the codfish, the stockfish, I mean, at the sermon was seen. No sermon beside had the cod so edified. Good eels and the sturgeon, which alderman Gorgon went out of their way to hear preaching that day. No sermon beside had the eels so edified. Crabs and turtles also, who always move slow, made haste from the bottom, as if the devil had got 'em. No sermon beside had the crabs so edified. Fish great and fish small, lords, lackeys, and all, each looked at the preacher like a reasonable creature. At God's word they Anthony heard. The sermon now ended. Each turned and descended. The pikes went on stealing, the eels went on eeling. Much delighted were they, but preferred the old way. The crabs are backsliders, the stockfish thick-siders, the carps are sharp set, all the sermons forget. Much delighted were they, but preferred the old way. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
King John and the Abbot of Canterbury, from Percy's Relics, by Anonymous. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator.
Craig Franklin's King John.
Tomas Peter as the Abbot of Canterbury.
And Lian Yao as the shepherd.
King John and the Abbot of Canterbury, from Percy's Relics. An ancient story I'll tell you anon, of a notable prince that was called King John. And he ruled England with main and with might, for he did great wrong, and maintained little right. And I'll tell you a story so merry, concerning the Abbot of Canterbury, how for his housekeeping and high renown they rode post for him to fair London town. 100 men the king did hear say, the abbot kept in his house every day, and 50 gold chains, without any doubt, in velvet coats waited the abbot about.
How now, Father Abbot, I hear it of thee, thou keepest a far better house than me, and for thy housekeeping and high renown, I fear thou workest treason against my crown.
My liege,
quoth the abbot,
I would it were known, I never spend nothing but what is my own, and I trust your grace will do me no dear for spending of my own true-gotten gear.
Yes, yes, Father Abbot, thy fault it is high, and now for the same thou needest must die. For except thou canst answer me questions 3, thy head shall be smitten from thy body. And first,
quoth the king,
when I'm in this stead, with my crown of gold so fair on my head, among all my liegemen so noble of birth, thou must tell me to 1 penny, what am I worth? Second, tell me without any doubt, how soon I may ride the whole world about. And at the third question thou must not shrink, but tell me here truly what I do think.
Oh, these are hard questions for my shallow wit, nor I cannot answer your grace as yet. But if you will give me but 3 weeks' space, I'll do my endeavour to answer your grace.
Now 3 weeks' space to thee will I give, and that is the longest time thou hast to live. For if thou dost not answer my questions 3, thy lands and the livings are forfeit to me.
Away rode the abbot all sad at that word, and he rode to Cambridge and Oxenford. But never a doctor there was so wise, that could with his learning an answer devise. Then home rode the Abbot of comfort so cold, and he met his shepherd a-going to fold.
How now, my lord abbot, you are welcome home. What news do you bring us from good King John?
Sad news, shepherd, I must give, that I have but 3 days more to live. For if I do not answer him question 3, my head will be smitten from my body. The first is to tell him, there in that stead, with his crown of gold so fair on his head, among all his liegemen so noble of birth, to within 1 penny of what he is worth. The second, to tell him without any doubt, how soon he may ride this whole world about. And at the third question I must not shrink, but tell him there truly what he does think.
Now cheer up, sire abbot. Did you never hear yet, that a fool he may learn a wise man wit? Lend me horse and serving men and your apparel, and he ride to London to answer your quarrel. Nay, frown not, if it hath been told unto me, I am like your lordship, as ever may be. And if you will but lend me your gown, there is none shall know us at fair London town.
Now horses and servingmen thou shalt have, with sumptuous array most gallant and brave, with crozier and mitre and rochet and cope, fit to appear for our father the Pope.
Now welcome, sire abbot.
The king he did say,
'Tis well thou art come back to keep thy day. For and if thou canst answer me questions 3, thy life and thy living both saved shall be. And first, when thou seest me here in this stead, with my crown of gold so fair on my head, among all my liegemen so noble of birth, tell me to 1 penny, what am I worth?
For 30 pence our Saviour was sold among the false Jews, as I have been told, and 29 is the worth of thee, for I think thou art 1 penny worser than he.
The king he laughed and swore by St. Bittle,
I did not think I had been worth so little. Now secondly tell me without any doubt, how soon I may ride this whole world about.
You must rise with the sun, and ride with the same until the next morning he riseth again. And then your grace need not make any doubt, but in 24 hours you'll ride it about.
The king he laughed and swore by St. June,
I did not think it could be gone so soon. Now from the third question thou must not shrink, but tell me here truly what I do think.
Yea, that shall I do, and make your grace merry. You think I'm the Abbot of Canterbury, but I'm his poor shepherd, as plain you may see, that am come to beg pardon for him and for me.
The king he laughed and swore by the mass,
I'll make thee Lord Abbot this day in his place.
Now nay, my liege, be not in such speed, for alack, I can neither write ni read.
4 nobles a week then I will give thee, for this merry jest thou hast shown unto me. And tell the old abbot when thou comest home, thou hast brought him a pardon from good King John.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Gluggety Glug, from The Myrtle and the Vine, by George Coleman the Younger, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao as the narrator.
And Jason in Canada as the Friar.
Gluggety Glug, from The Myrtle and the Vine. A jolly fat friar loved liquor good store, and he had drunk stoutly at supper. He mounted his horse in the night at the door, and sat with his face to the crupper.
Some rogue,
Quoth the friar,
quite dead to remorse, some thief, whom a halter will throttle, some scoundrel has cut off the head of my horse, while I was engaged at the bottle, which went gluggety gluggety, glug glug glug.
The tail of the steed pointed south on the dale. 'Twas the friar's rode home, straight and level. But when spurred, a horse follows his nose, not his tail, so he scampered due north, like a devil.
This new mode of docking,
The friar then said,
I perceive doesn't make a horse trot ill. And 'tis cheap, for he never can eat off his head while I am engaged at the bottle, which goes gluggety gluggety, glug, glug, glug.
The steed made a stop. In a pond he had got. He was rather for drinking than grazing. Quoth the friar,
'Tis strange headless horses should trot, but to drink with their tails is amazing.
Turning round to see whence this phenomenon rose, in the pond fell this son of a pottle. Quoth he,
The head's found, for I'm under his nose. I wish I were over a bottle, which goes gluggety gluggety, glug, glug, glug.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
I am a Friar of Orders Grey, from the Opera of Robin Hood, by John O'Keefe, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Canada. I am a Friar of Orders Grey. I am a Friar of Orders Grey, and down in the valleys I take my way. I pull not blackberry haw or hip, good store of venison fills my scrip. My long bead roll I merrily chant, where'er I walk, no money I want. And why I'm so plump, the reason I tell, who leads a good life is sure to live well. What baron or squire, or knight of the shire, lives half so well as a holy friar? After supper of heaven I dream, but that is a pullet in clouted cream. Myself by denial I mortify, with a dainty bit of a warden pie. I'm clothed in sackcloth for my sin, with old sack wine I'm lined within. A chirping cup is my matin song, and the vespers bell is my bowl, ding dong. What baron or squire, or knight of the shire, lives half so well as a holy friar? John O'Keefe. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Good Ale by John Still, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin as the narrator,
and Leanne Yao as Tib, his wife.
Good Ale. I cannot eat but little meat, my stomach is not good, but sure I think that I can drink with him that wears a hood. Though I go bare, take ye no care, I nothing am a cold. I stuff my skin so full within of jolly good ale and old. Back and side go bare, both foot and hand go cold, but belly, God send thee good ale enough, whether it be new or old. I love no roast but a nut-brown toast, and a crab laid in the fire. A little bread shall do me stead, much bread I not desire. No frost, nor snow, nor wind, I trow, can hurt me if I wold. I am so wrapped and thoroughly lapped of jolly good ale and old. Back and side go bare, both foot and hand go cold, but belly, God send thee good ale enough, whether it be new or old. And Tib, my wife, that as her life loveth well good ale to seek, full oft drinks she, till you may see the tears run down her cheek. Then doth she trowel to me the bowl, even as a malt worm should, and saith,
Sweetheart, I took my part of this jolly good ale and old. Back and side go bare, both foot and hand go cold. But belly, God send thee good ale enough, whether it be new or old.
Now let them drink till they nod and wink, even as good fellows should do. They shall not miss to have the bliss good ale doth bring men to. And all poor souls that have scoured bowels, or have them lustily trowelled, God save the lives of them and their wives, whether they be young or old. Back and side go bare, both foot and hand go cold, but belly, God send thee good ale enough, whether it be new or old. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Pilgrims and the Peas by Dr. John Walcott, Peter Pindar, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org, by phone as the narrator,
Jason in Canada as the first pilgrim,
and Tomas Peter as the second pilgrim.
The Pilgrims and the Peas. A brace of sinners, for no good, were ordered to the Virgin Mary's shrine, who at Loretto dwelt, in wax, stone, wood, and in a fair white wig looked wondrous fine. 50 long miles had those sad rogues to travel, with something in their shoes much worse than gravel. In short, their toes so gentle to amuse, the priest had ordered peas into their shoes. A nostrum famous in old popish times for purifying souls that stunk of crimes. A sort of apostolic salt, which popish parsons for its powers exalt, for keeping souls of sinners sweet, just as our kitchen salt keeps meat. The knaves set off on the same day, peas in their shoes, to go and pray, but very different was their speed, I wot. One of the sinners galloped on, swift as a bullet from a gun. The other limped as if he had been shot. One saw the Virgin soon, peccavi cried, had his soul whitewashed all so clever. Then home again he nimbly hied, made fit with saints above to live forever. In coming back, however, let me say, he met his brother rogue about halfway, hobbling with outstretched arms and bended knees, cursing the souls and bodies of the peas. His eyes in tears, his cheeks and brow in sweat, deep sympathizing with his groaning feet.
"How now,
The light-toed, whitewashed pilgrim broke.
you lazy lubber?
Odds curse it,
Cried the other.
'Tis no joke. My feet, once hard as any rock, are now as soft as blubber. Excuse me, Virgin Mary, that I swear, as for Loretto, I shall not get there. No, to the devil my sinful soul must go, for damn if I hadn't lost every toe. But, brother sinner, pray explain how 'tis that you are not in pain. What power hath worked a wonder for your toes, whilst I just like a snail am crawling, now swearing, now on saints devoutly bawling, whilst not a rascal comes to ease my woes? How is that you can like a greyhound go, merry as if that naught had happened, burn ye?
Why,
Cried the other, grinning.
you must know that just before I ventured on my journey to walk a little more at ease, I took the liberty to boil my peas.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Vicar of Bray by Anonymous, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Tomas Peter. The Vicar of Bray. The Vicar of Bray in Berkshire, England, was Simon Alleyne, or Allen, who held his place from 1540 to 1588. He was a Papist under the reign of Henry VIII, and a Protestant under Edward VI. He was a Papist again under Mary, and once more became a Protestant in the reign of Elizabeth. When this scandal to the gown was reproached for his versatility of religious creeds, and taxed for being a turncoat and an inconstant changeling, as Fuller expresses it, he replied, "Not so neither, for if I changed my religion, I am sure I kept true to my principle, which is to live and die the Vicar of Bray." Disraeli. In good King Charles's golden days, when loyalty no harm meant, a zealous high churchman was I, and so I got preferment. To teach my flock I never missed. Kings were by God appointed, and lost are those that dare resist or touch the Lord's anointed. And this is law that I'll maintain until my dying days, sir, that whatsoever king shall reign, still I'll be the Vicar of Bray, sir. When royal James possessed the crown, and popery came in fashion, the penal laws I hooted down, and read the Declaration. The Church of Rome I found would fit full well my constitution, and I had been a Jesuit but for the Revolution. And this is law that I'll maintain until my dying day, sir, that whatsoever king shall reign, still I'll be the Vicar of Bray, sir. When William was our king declared, to ease the nation's grievance, with this new wind about I steered, and swore to him allegiance. Old principles I did revoke, set conscience at a distance. Passive obedience was a joke, a jest was non-resistance. And this is law that I'll maintain until my dying days, sir, that whatsoever king shall reign, still I'll be the Vicar of Bray, sir. When royal Anne became our queen, the Church of England's glory, another face of things was seen, and I became a Tory. Occasional conformists base I blamed their moderation, and thought the Church in danger was by such prevarication. And this is law that I'll maintain until my dying days, that whatsoever king shall reign, still I'll be the Vicar of Bray, sir. When George in pudding time came o'er, and moderate men looked big, sir, my principles I changed once more, and so became a Whig, sir. And thus preferment I procured from our new-faced defender, and almost every day adjured the Pope and the Pretender. And this is law that I'll maintain until my dying days, sir, that whatsoever king shall reign, still I'll be the Vicar of Bray, sir. The illustrious house of Hanover and Protestant succession, to these I do allegiance swear, while they can keep possession. For in my faith and loyalty I never more will falter, and George my lawful king shall be, until the times do alter. And this is law that I'll maintain until my dying days, sir, that whatsoever king shall reign, still I'll be the Vicar of Bray, sir. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hudibras, Sword and Dagger, from Hudibras, Part 1, by Dr. Samuel Butler. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Hudibras, Sword and Dagger, from Hudibras, Part 1. His puissant sword unto his side near his undaunted heart was tied, with basket hilt that would hold broth, and serve for fight and dinner both. In it he melted lead for bullets, to shoot at foes, and sometimes pullets. To whom he bore so fell a grudge, he never gave quarter to any such. The trenchant blade, Toledo trusty, for want of fighting, was grown rusty, and ate into itself, for lack of somebody to hew and hack. The peaceful scabbard where it dwelt, the rancour of its edge had felt, for of the lower end 2 handful it had devoured, it was so manful, and so much scorned to lurk in case, as if it durst not show its face. This sword a dagger had, his page, that was but little for his age, and therefore waited on him so as dwarfs unto knight errants do. It was a serviceable dudgeon, either for fighting or for drudgeon. When it had stabbed or broke a head, it would scrape trenchers or chip bread, toast cheese or bacon, though it were to bait a mouse trap, 'twould not care. 'Twould make clean shoes, and in the earth set leeks and onions, and so forth. It had been prenticed to a brewer, where this and more it did endure, but left the trade as many more have lately done on the same score. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Fine Old English Gentleman by Anonymous, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. The Fine Old English Gentleman. I'll sing you a good old song, made by a good old pate, of a fine old English gentleman who had an old estate, and who kept up his old mansion at a bountiful old rate, with a good old porter to relieve the old poor at his gate, like a fine old English gentleman, all of the olden time. His hall so old was hung around with pikes and guns and bows, and swords and good old bucklers that had stood some tough old blows. 'Twas there his worship held his state in doublet and trunk hose, and quaffed his cup of good old sack to warm his good old nose, like a fine old English gentleman, all of the olden time. When winter's cold brought frost and snow, he opened house to all, and though 70 his years, he featly led the ball. Nor was the houseless wanderer e'er driven from his hall, for while he feasted all the great, he ne'er forgot the small, like a fine old English gentleman, all of the olden time. But time, though old, is strong in flight, and years rolled swiftly by, and autumn's falling leaves proclaimed this good old man must die. He laid him down right tranquilly, gave up life's latest sigh, and mournful stillness reigned around, and tears bedewed each eye, like a fine old English gentleman, all of the olden time. Now surely this is better far than all the new parade of theatres and fancy balls, at home and masquerade, and much more economical, for all his bills were paid. Then leave your new vagaries quite, and take up the old trade of a fine old English gentleman, all of the olden time. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Toby Tosspot by George Coleman the Younger, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
Tomas Peter as Toby Tosspot,
and Craig Franklin as Isaac Shove.
Toby Tosspot. Alas! What pity 'tis that regularity, like Isaac Shove's, is such a rarity. But there are swilling wights in London town, termed jolly dogs, choice spirits, alias swine, who pour, in midnight revel, bumpers down, making their throats a thoroughfare for wine. These spendthrifts, who life's pleasures thus run on, dozing with headaches till the afternoon, lose half man's regular estate of sun, by borrowing too largely of the moon. One of this kidney, Toby Tosspot hight, was coming from the Bedford late at night, and being bacchi plenus, full of wine, although he had a tolerable notion of aiming at progressive motion, 'twasn't direct, 'twas serpentine. He worked with sinuosities along, like Monsieur Corkscrew worming through a cork, not straight, like Corkscrew's proxy, stiff Don Prong, a fork. At length, with near 4 bottles in his pate, he saw the moon shining on Shov's breastplate, when reading,
"Please to ring the bell."
and being civil beyond measure,
"Ring it."
says Toby.
"Very well, I'll ring it with a deal of pleasure."
Toby, the kindest soul in all the town, gave it a jerk that almost jerked it down. He waited full 2 minutes, no one came. He waited full 2 minutes more, and then, says Toby,
"If he's deaf, I'm not to blame. I'll pull it for the gentleman again."
But the first peal woke Isaac in a fright, who, quick as lightning, popping up his head, sat on his head's antipodes in bed, pale as a parsnip, bolt upright. At length he wisely to himself does say, calming his fears,
"Tush, 'tis some fool's rung and run away."
when peal the second rattled in his ears. Shove jumped into the middle of the floor, and trembling at each breath of air that stirred, he groped downstairs and opened the street door, while Toby was performing Peal the Third. Isaac eyed Toby, fearfully askant, and saw he was a strapper stout and tall, then put this question,
"Pray, sir, what do you want?"
Says Toby,
"I want nothing, sir, at all."
"What, nothing? Sir, you've pulled my bell, I vow, as if you'd jerk it off the wire."
Quoth Toby, gravely making him a bow,
"I pulled it, sir, at your desire."
"At mine?"
"Yes, yours. I hope I've done it well. High time for bed, sir. I was hastening to it. But if you write up, please to ring the bell, common politeness makes me stop and do it."
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Nocturnal Sketch. Blank Verse in Rhyme by Thomas Hood. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao as the narrator,
Sonia as the thieves,
and Phone as the sleepers.
Nocturnal Sketch. Blank Verse in Rhyme. Even is come, and from the dark park, hark, the signal of the setting sun, one gun, and 6 is sounding from the chime, prime time to go and see the Drury Lane Dane slain, or hear Othello's jealous doubts spout out, or Macbeth raving at that shade-made blade, denying to his frantic clutch much touch, or else to see Ducro with wide stride ride 4 horses as no other man can span, or in the small Olympic pit sit split, laughing at Liston, while you quiz his phiz. Anon night comes, and with her wings brings things such as with his poetic tongue, young sung. The gas upblazes with its bright white light, and paralytic watchmen prowl, howl, growl about the streets, and take up pall-mall Sal, who hasting to her nightly jobs, robs fobs. Now thieves to enter for your cash, smash, crash, past drowsy Charlie, in a deep sleep, creep. But frightened by policeman B3, flee, and while they're going, whisper low,
no go.
Now puss, when folks are in their beds, treads leads, and sleepers, waking, grumble,
Drat that cat!
Who in the gutter caterwauls, squalls, mauls some feline foe, and screams in shrill ill will. Now bulls of Bashan, of a prize size, rise in childish dreams, and with a raw gore paw Georgie, or Charlie, or Billy willy-nilly. But nursemaid in a nightmare rest, chest pressed, dreameth of one of her old flames, James Games, and that she hears, what faith is man's, Anne's, bands, and his from Reverend Mr. Rice, twice, thrice. White ribbons flourish, and a stout shout out, that upward goes, shows Rose, knows those beaux' woes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Railroad Rhyme by John Godfrey Saxe. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Railroad Rhyme. Singing through the forests, rattling over ridges, shooting under arches, rumbling over bridges, whizzing through the mountains, buzzing o'er the vale. Bless me, this is pleasant, riding on the rail. Men of different stations, in the eye of fame, here are very quickly coming to the same. High and lowly people, birds of every feather, on a common level, travelling together. Gentlemen in shorts, looming very tall, gentlemen at large, talking very small, gentlemen in tights, with a loosish mien, gentlemen in grey, looking rather green. Gentlemen quite old, asking for the news, gentlemen in black, in a fit of blues, gentlemen in claret, sober as a vicar, gentlemen in tweed, dreadfully in liquor. Stranger on the right, looking very sunny, obviously reading something rather funny. Now the smiles are thicker, wonder what they mean. Faith, he's got the knicker, book a magazine. Stranger on the left, closing up his peepers, now he snores amain, like the seven sleepers. At his feet a volume gives the explanation, how the man grew stupid from association. Ancient maiden lady anxiously remarks that there must be peril 'mong so many sparks. Roguish looking fellow, turning to the stranger, says it's his opinion she is out of danger. Woman with her baby, sitting vis-a-vis, baby keeps a squalling, woman looks at me, asks about the distance, says it's tiresome talking, noises of the cars are so very shocking. Market woman careful of the precious casket, knowing eggs are eggs, tightly holds her basket, feeling that a smash, if it came, would surely send her eggs to pot rather prematurely, singing through the forest, rattling over ridges, shooting under arches, rumbling over bridges, whizzing through the mountains, buzzing o'er the vale. Bless me, this is pleasant, riding on the rail. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Physics, the Unconscious Poetizing of a Philosopher by William Whewell. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. Physics, the Unconscious Poetizing of a Philosopher. There is no force, however great, can stretch a cord, however fine, into a horizontal line that shall be accurately straight. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Collegian to his Bride, being a mathematical madrigal, in the simplest form, by Anonymous. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The Collegian to his Bride. Charmer, on a given straight line, and which we will call BC, meeting at a common point A, draw the lines AC, AB. But my sweet is so arranged that they equal all the three. Then you'll find that in the sequel all their angles too are equal. Equal angles, so to term them, each one opposite its brother, equal joys and equal sorrows, equal hopes 'twere sin to smother. Equal, oh divine ecstatics, based on Hutton's mathematics. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lawyer's Invocation to Spring by Henry Howard Brownell. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao. The Lawyer's Invocation to Spring. Whereas on certain boughs and sprays now diverse birds are heard to sing, and sundry flowers their heads upraise, hail to the coming on of spring. The songs of those said birds arouse the memory of our youthful hours, as green as those said sprays and boughs, as fresh and sweet as those said flowers. The birds aforesaid, happy pairs, love, mid the aforesaid boughs, in shrines in freehold nests, themselves their heirs, administrators, and assigns. O busiest term of Cupid's court, where tender plaintiffs actions bring, season of frolic and of sport, hail, as aforesaid, coming spring. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Cosmic Egg by Anonymous, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. The Cosmic Egg. Upon a rock yet uncreate, amid a chaos inchoate, an uncreated being sate. Beneath him rock, above him cloud, and the cloud was rock, and the rock was cloud. The rock then, growing soft and warm, the cloud began to take a form chaotic, vast, and vague, which issued in the cosmic egg. Then the being uncreate on the egg did incubate, and thus became the incubator, and of the egg did alligate, and thus became the alligator. And the incubator was potentate, but the alligator was potentator. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Hen by Matthias Claudius, translated anonymously from the German. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
Tomas Peter as the turkey cock,
and Phone as the hen.
The Hen. A famous hen's my story's theme, which never was known to tire Of laying eggs, but then she'd scream so loud over every egg 'twould seem the house must be on fire. A turkey cock who ruled the walk, a wiser bird and older, could bear't no more, so off did stalk right to the hen, and told her.
Madam, that scream, I apprehend, adds nothing to the matter. It surely helps the egg no whit. Then lay your egg, and done with it. I pray you, madam, as a friend, cease that superfluous clatter. You know not how 't goes through my head.
Very likely,
Madam said, then proudly putting forth a leg.
uneducated barnyard fowl, you know no more than any owl the noble privilege and praise of authorship in modern days. I'll tell you why I do it. First, you perceive, I lay the egg, and then review it.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ode to the Rock by William John Courthope, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
and Phone as the astrolabe.
Ode to the Rock. O unhatchet bird, so high preferred as porter of the pole, of beakless things who have no wings, exact no heavy toll, if this my song its theme should wrong, the theme itself is sweet. Let others rhyme the unborn time, I sing the obsolete. And first I praise the nobler traits of birds preceding Noah, the giant clan whose meat was man, Dinornis, Apteryx, Moa. These by hints we get from prints of feathers and of feet, excelled in wits the later tits, and so are obsolete. I sing each race whom we displace in their primeval woods, while gospel aid inspires free trade to traffic with their goods. With Norman dukes the still Sioux in breeding might compete, but where men talk, the tomahawk will soon grow obsolete. I celebrate each perished state, great cities ploughed to loam, Chaldean kings, the bulls with wings, dead Greece and dying Rome. The Druid's shrine may shelter swine, or stack the farmer's peat. 'Tis thus mean moths treat finest cloth, mean men the obsolete. Shall naught be said of theories dead, the Ptolemaic system? Figure and phrase that bend all ways Duns Scotus liked to twist 'em. Averroes thought, and what was taught in Salamanca's seat, Scions and Ogs, and showers of frogs, sea serpents obsolete. Pillion and pack have left their track, dead is the tally ho! Steam rails cut down each festive crown of the old world and slow. Jack in the Green no more is seen, nor Maypole in the street. No mummers play on Christmas Day, St. George is obsolete. O Fancy, why hast thou let die so many a frolic fashion? Doublet and hose, and powdered bows, where are thy songs whose passion Turned thought to fire in knight and squire, while hearts of ladies beat? Where thy sweet style, ours, ours erewhile? All this is obsolete. In Auvergne low potatoes grow upon volcanoes old. The moon, they say, had her young day, though now her heart is cold. Even so our earth, sorrow and mirth, seasons of snow and heat, checked by her tides in silence glides, to become obsolete. The astrolabe of every babe reads in its fatal sky,
Man's largest room is the low tomb, ye all are born to die.
Therefore this theme, O bird, I deem the noblest we may treat. The final cause of nature's laws is to grow obsolete. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Motherhood by Charles Stewart Calverley, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org, by phone as the narrator.
And Lian Yao as Alice.
Motherhood. She laid it where the sunbeams fall, unscanned upon the broken wall. Without a tear, without a groan, she laid it near a mighty stone, which some rude swain had haply cast thither in sport, long ages past, and time with mosses had o'erlaid, and fenced with many a tall grass blade. And all about bid roses bloom, and violets shed their soft perfume. There, in its cool and quiet bed, she set her burden down, and fled, nor flung, all eager to escape, one glance upon the perfect shape, that lay still warm and fresh and fair, but motionless and soundless there. No human eye had marked her pass across the linden-shadowed grass, ere yet the minster clock chimed 7. Only the innocent birds of heaven, the magpie and the rook whose nest swings as the elm tree waves his crest, and the lithe cricket and the hoar and huge-limbed hound that guards the door, looked on, when as a summer wind, that passing leaves no trace behind, all unapparelled, barefoot all, she ran to that old ruined wall, to leave upon the chill dank earth, for she never knew its worth, mid hemlock rank and fern and ling, and dews of night, that precious thing. And then, It might have lain forlorn from morn to eve, from eve to morn. But that by some wild impulse led, the mother, ere she turned and fled, one moment stood erect and high. Then poured into the silent sky a cry so jubilant, so strange, that Alice, as she strove to range her rebel ringlets at her glass, sprang up and gazed across the grass, shook back those curls so fair to see, clapped her soft hands in childish glee, and shrieked, her sweet face all aglow, her very limbs with rapture shaking.
My hen has laid an egg, I know, and only hear the noise she's making.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Disaster by Charles Stewart Calverley, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. Disaster. 'Twas ever thus from childhood's hour, my fondest hopes would not decay. I never loved a tree or flower which was the first to fade away. The garden where I used to delve short-frocked still yields me pinks in plenty. The pear tree that I climbed at 12 I see still blossoming at 20. I never nursed a dear gazelle, but I was given a paroquet. How I did nurse him if unwell! He's imbecile, but lingers yet. He's green with an enchanting tuft. He melts me with his small black eye. He'd look inimitable stuffed, and knows it, but he will not die. I had a kitten. I was rich in pets, but all too soon my kitten became a full-sized cat by which I've more than once been scratched and bitten. And when for sleep her limbs she curled one day beside her untouched plateful, and glided calmly from the world, I freely own that I was grateful. And then I bought a dog, a queen. Ah, tiny, dear departing pug. She lives, but she is past 16, and scarce can crawl across the rug. I loved her, beautiful and kind, delighted in her pert bow-wow, but now she snaps if you don't mind. 'Twere lunacy to love her now. I used to think, should e'er mishap betide my crumple-visaged tie, in shape of prowling thief, or trap, or coarse bull-terrier, I should die. But ah, disasters have their use, and life might e'en be too sunshiny, nor would I make myself a goose if some big dog should swallow Tiny. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Milkmaid by Jeffries Taylor, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Canada as the narrator,
And Lian Yao as the Milkmaid.
The Milkmaid. A milkmaid, who poised a full pail on her head, thus mused on her prospects in life, it is said.
Let me see. I should think that this milk will procure 100 good eggs, or 80 to be sure. Well then, stop a bit, it must not be forgotten. Some of these may be broken, and some may be rotten. But if 20 for accident should be detached, it will leave me just 60 sound eggs to be hatched. Well, 60 sound eggs. No, sound chickens, I mean. Of these some may die. Well, suppose 17. 17, not so many, say 10 at the most, which will leave 50 chickens to boil or to roast. But then there's their barley. How much will they need? Why, they take but 1 grain at a time when they feed, so that's a mere trifle. Now then, let us see. At a fair market price, how much money there'll be? 6 shillings a pair. 5, 4, 3, and 6. To prevent all mistakes, that low price I will fix. Now, what will that make? 50 chickens, I said. 50 times 3 and 6 pence. I'll ask brother Ned. Oh, but stop. 3 and 6 pence a pair, I must sell him. Well, a pair is a couple. Now, then let us tell him. A couple and 50 will go... Oh, my poor brain. Why, just a score times and 5 pair will remain. 25 pairs of fowls. Now how tiresome it is that I can't reckon up so much money as this. Well, there's no use in trying, so let's give a guess. I'll say £20, and it can't be no less. £20, I am certain, will buy me a cow, 30 geese and 2 turkeys, 8 pigs and a sow. Now, if these turn out well, at the end of a year, I shall fill both my pockets with guineas, 'tis clear.
Forgetting her burden, when this she had said, the maid superciliously tossed up her head, when alas for her prospects, her milk pail descended, and so all her schemes for the future were ended. This moral, I think, may be safely attached. Reckon not on your chickens before they are hatched. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lines Written in an Album by Willis Gaylord, from the World's Best Poetry Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Tomas Peter. Lines Written in an Album. A farmer's daughter, during the rage for albums, handed to the author an old account book, ruled for pounds, shillings, and pence, and requested a contribution. This world's a scene as dark as Styx, where hope is scarce worth 2 and 6. Our joys are borne so fleeting hence, that they are dear at 18 pence. And yet to stay here most are willing, although they may not have 1 shilling. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
On the Brink, by Charles Stewart Corverley, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao. On the Brink. I watched her as she stooped to pluck a wild flower in her hair to twine, and wished that it had been my luck to call her mine. Anon I heard her rate with mad words her babe within its cot, and felt particularly glad that it had not. I knew, such subtle brains have men, that she was uttering what she shouldn't, and I thought that I would hide, and then I thought I wouldn't. Few could have gazed upon that face, those pouting coral lips, and chided. A Rhadamanthus, in my place, had done as I did. For wrath with which our bosoms glow is chained thereoft by beauty's spell, and more than that, I did not know the widow well. So the harsh phrase passed unreproved, still mute. O brothers, was it sin? I drank unutterably moved her beauty in. And to myself I murmured low, as on her upturned face and dress the moonlight fell. Would she say no, by chance, or yes? She stood so calm, so like a ghost, betwixt me and that magic moon, that I already was almost a finished coon. But when she caught adroitly up, and soothed with smiles a little daughter, and gave it, if I'm right, a sup of barley water, and crooning still the strange sweet lore which only mothers' tongues can utter, snowed with deft hand the sugar o'er its bread and butter, and kissed it clingingly. Ah, why don't women do these things in private? I felt that if I had lost her, I should not survive it. And from my mouth the words nigh flew. The past, the future, I forgat him. Oh, if you'd kiss me as you do that thankless atom! But this thought came ere yet I spake, and froze the sentence on my lips. They err who marry wives that make those little slips. It came like some familiar rhyme, some copy to my boyhood set, and that's perhaps the reason I'm unmarried yet. Would she have owned how pleased she was, and told her love with widow's pride? I never found out that, because I never tried. Be kind to babes and beasts and birds. Hearts may be hard though lips are coral, and angry words are angry words. And that's the moral. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The VASE by James Jeffrey Rock, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin as the narrator,
Sonia as the girl from Kalamazoo,
Phone as the girl from New York,
Leanne Yao as the girl from Philadelphia,
and Tomas Peter as the girl from Boston.
The VASE. From the maddening crowd they stand apart, the maidens four and the work of art. And none might tell from sight alone in which had culture ripest grown. The Gotham millions fair to see, the Philadelphia pedigree, the Boston mind of azure hue, or the soulful soul from Kalamazoo. For all loved art in a seemly way, with an earnest soul and a capital A. Long they worshipped, but no one broke the sacred stillness until up spoke the Western one from the nameless place, who blushingly said,
"What a lovely vase!"
Over 3 faces a sad smile flew, and they edged away from Kalamazoo. But Gotham's haughty soul was stirred to crush the stranger with one small word. Deftly hiding reproof in praise, she cries,
"'Tis indeed a lovely vase."
But brief her unworthy triumph when the lofty one from the home of pen, with the consciousness of 2 grand papas, exclaims,
"It is quite a lovely vase,"
and glances round with an anxious thrill, awaiting the word of Beacon Hill. But the Boston maid smiles courteously, and gently murmurs,
"Oh, pardon me, I did not catch your remark, because I was so entranced with that charming vase."
Dies erit praegelida sinistra cum Bostonia. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Larks and Nightingales by Nathan Haskell Dole. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao. Larks and Nightingales. Alone I sit at eventide, the twilight glory pales, and o'er the meadows far and wide chant pensive bobolinks, one might say nightingales. Song sparrows warble on the tree, I hear the purling brook, and from the old manse o'er the lea flies slow the cawing crow. In England 'twere a rook. The last faint golden beams of day still glow on cottage panes, and on their lingering homeward way walk weary labouring men. Oh, would that we had swains! From farmyards, down fair rural glades, come sounds of tinkling bells, and songs of merry brown milkmaids, sweeter than orioles. Yes, thank you, philomels. I could sit here till morning came, all through the night hours dark, until I saw the sun's bright flame, and heard the chickadee. Alas, we have no lark. We have no leas, no larks, no rooks, no swains, no nightingales, no singing milkmaids, save in books. The poet does his best. It is the rhyme that fails. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Of Blue China by Andrew Lang. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao. Of Blue China. There's a joy without canker or cark, there's a pleasure eternally new, 'tis to gloat on the gaze and the mark of China that's ancient and blue, unchipped, all the centuries through it has passed, since the chime of it rang, and they fashioned it, figure and hue, in the reign of their Emperor Huang. These dragons, their tails, you remark, into bunches of gilly flowers grew. When Noah came out of the ark, did these lie in wait for his crew? They snorted, they snapped, and they slew. They were mighty of fin and of fang, and their portrait celestials drew in the reign of the Emperor Huang. There's a pot with a cot in a park where the peach blossoms blew, where the lovers eloped in the dark, lived, died, and were changed into two, bright birds that eternally flew through the boughs of the May as they sang. 'Tis a tale was undoubtedly true in the reign of the Emperor Huang. Envoy. Come, snarl at my ecstasies, do. Kind critic, your tongue has a tang, but a sage never heeded a shrew in the reign of the Emperor Huang. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Riddle, The Letter H by Catherine Fanshawe. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. A Riddle, The Letter H. 'Twas in heaven pronounced, and was muttered in hell, and echo caught faintly the sound as it fell. On the confines of earth 'twas permitted to rest, and the depths of the ocean its presence confessed. 'Twill be found in the sphere, when 'tis riven asunder, be seen in the lightning, and heard in the thunder. 'Twas allotted to man with his earliest breath, attends him at birth, and awaits him in death, presides o'er his happiness, honour, and health, is the prop of his house, and the end of his wealth. In the heaps of the miser 'tis hoarded with care, but is sure to be lost on his prodigal heir. It begins every hope, every wish it must bound, with the husbandman toils, and with monarchs is crowned. Without it, the soldier, the seaman may roam, but woe to the wretch who expels it from home. In the whispers of conscience its voice will be found, nor e'en in the whirlwind of passion be drowned. 'Twill not soften the heart, but though deaf be the ear, it will make it acutely and instantly hear. Yet in shade let it rest like a delicate flower. Ah, breathe on it softly, it dies in an hour. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Threnody by George Thomas Lanigan. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org, by phone as the narrator,
and Sonia as the skeptics.
A Threnody. The Ahkoond of Swat is dead. London Papers. What? What's the news from Swat? Sad news, bad news, comes by the cable led through the Indian Ocean's bed, through the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, and the Mediterranean. He's dead. The Ahkoond is dead. For the Ahkoond I mourn. Who wouldn't? He strove to disregard the message stern, but he couldn't. Dead, dead, dead. Sorrow Swats. Swats wha hae with Ahkoond bled, Swats whom he had often led onward to a gory bed, or to victory, as the case might be. Sorrow Swats. Tears shed tears like water. Your great Ahkoond is dead. That's what's the matter. Mourn, city of Swat. Your great Ahkoond is not, but lain mid worms to rot. His mortal part alone, his soul was caught, because he was a good Ahkoond, up to the bosom of Mahound. Though earthy walls his frame surround, forever hallowed be the ground, and skeptics mock the lowly mound, and say,
He's now of no Ahkoond.
His soul is in the skies, the azure skies that bend above his loved metropolis of Swat. He sees with larger, other eyes, athwart all earthly mysteries. he knows what's swat. Let swat bury the great Ahkoond, with the noise of mourning and of lamentation. Let swat bury the great Ahkoond, with the noise of the mourning of the Swattish nation. Fallen is at length its tower of strength, its sun is dimmed ere it had nooned. Dead lies the great Ahkoond. The great Ahkoond of Swat is not. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lines to Miss Florence Huntington by Anonymous. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Lines to Miss Florence Huntington. Sweet maiden of Passamaquoddy, shall we seek for communion of souls, where the deep Mississippi meanders, or the distant Saskatchewan rolls? Ah no, for in Maine I will find thee, a sweetly sequestrated nook, where the far-winding Skoodoowapskoosis conjoins with the Skoodoowapskook. There wander two beautiful rivers, with many a winding and crook. The one is the Skoodoowapskoosis, the other the Skoodoowapskook. Ah, sweetest of haunts, though unmentioned in geography, atlas, or book, how fair is the Skoodoowapskoosis when joining the Skoodoowapskook! Our cot shall be close by the waters, within that sequestrated nook, reflected in Skoodoowapskoosis, and mirrored in Skoodoowapskook. You shall sleep to the music of leaflets, by zephyrs in wantonness shook, and dream of the Skoodoowapskoosis, and perhaps of the Skoodoowapskook. When awaked by the hens and the roosters, each morn you shall joyously look on the junction of Skoodoowapskoosis with the soft gliding Skoodoowapskook. Your food shall be fish from the waters, drawn forth on the point of a hook, from murmuring Skoodoowapskoosis, or wandering Skoodoowapskook. You shall quaff the most sparkling of water, drawn forth from a silvery brook, which flows to the Skoodoowapskoosis, and then to the Skoodoowapskook. And you shall preside at the banquet, and I will wait on thee as cook, and we'll talk of the Skoodoowapskoosis, and sing of the Skoodoowapskook. Let others sing loudly of Saco, of Quoddy and Tatamagouche, of Kennebecasis and Quaco, of Merrygoneish and Bucktouche, of Nashwauk and Magaguadavik, or Mamory Cook. There's none like the Skoodoowapskoosis, excepting the Skoodoowapskook. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Nonsense by Thomas Moore. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Nonsense. Good reader, if you e'er have seen, when Phoebus hastens to his pillow, the mermaids with their tresses green, dancing upon the western billow; if you have seen at twilight dim, when the lone spirit's vesper hymn floats wild along the winding shore, the fairy train their ringlets weave, glancing along the spangled green; if you have seen all this and more, God bless me, what a deal you've seen. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Purple Cow by Gelat Burgess. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Tomas Peter. The Purple Cow. I never saw a purple cow. I never hope to see one. But I can tell you, anyhow, I rather see than be one. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Morning Meditations by Thomas Hood. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Morning Meditations. Let tailor preach upon a morning breezy, how well to rise while nights and larks are flying. For my part, getting up seems not so easy by half as lying. What if the lark does carol in the sky, soaring beyond the sight to find him out? Wherefore am I to rise at such a fly? I'm not a trout. Talk not to me of bees and such like hums. The smell of sweet herbs at the morning prime. Only lie long enough, and bed becomes a bed of time. To me, Dan Phoebus and his car are naught. His steeds that paw impatiently about, let them enjoy, say I, as horses ought, the first turn out. Right beautiful that dewy meads appear, besprinkled by the rosy-fingered girl. What then, if I prefer my pillow beer to early pearl? My stomach is not ruled by other men's, and grumbling for a reason quaintly begs, wherefore should master rise before the hens have laid their eggs? Why from a comfortable pillow start, to see faint flushes in the east awaken? A fig, say I, for any streaky part, excepting bacon. An early riser Mr. Gray has drawn, who used to haste the dewy grass among, to meet the sun upon the upland lawn. Well, he died young. With chairwomen such early hours agree, and sweeps that earn betimes their bit and sup. But I'm no climbing boy, and need not be all up, all up. So here I lie, my morning calls deferring, till something nearer to the stroke of noon. A man that's fond precociously of stirring must be a spoon. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Psycholophone by Gelat Burgess, from the World's Best Poetry Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Tomas Peter. Psycholophone, supposed to be translated from the Old Parsee. Twine then the rays round her soft Theban tissues. All will be as she says, when that dead past reissues. Matters not what nor where. Hark to the moon's dim cluster. How was her heavy hair, lithe as a feather duster. Matters not when nor whence, flitterty gibbet. Sound makes the song, not sense, thus I inhibit. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Baker's Tale, from The Hunting of the Snark, by Charles Lottwich Dodgedon, Lewis Carroll, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
Phone as the bellman,
Tomas Peter as the baker,
And Craig Franklin as the baker's uncle.
The Baker's Tale, from The Hunting of the Snark. They roused him with muffins, they roused him with ice, they roused him with mustard and cress, they roused him with jam and judicious advice, they set him conundrums to guess. When at length he sat up and was able to speak, his sad story he offered to tell, and the bellman cried,
Silence, not even a shriek,
and excitedly tingled his bell. There was silence supreme, not a shriek, not a scream, scarcely even a howl or a groan, as the man they called Ho told his story of woe in an antediluvian tone.
My father and mother were honest, though poor.
Skip all that,
cried the bellman in haste.
If it once become dark, there's no chance of a snark. We have hardly a minute to waste.
I skip 40 years,
said the baker in tears,
and proceed without further remark to the day when you took me aboard of your ship to help you in hunting the Snark. A dear uncle of mine, after whom I was named, remarked, when I bade him farewell.
"Oh, skip your dear uncle!"
the bellman exclaimed, as he angrily tingled his bell.
He remarked to me then,
said that mildest of men,
"If your snark be a snark that is right, fetch it home by all means. You may serve it with greens, and it's handy for striking a light. You may seek it with thimbles and seek it with care. You may hunt it with forks and hope. You may threaten its life with a railway share. You may charm it with smiles and soap."
"That's exactly the method,"
the bellman bold in a hasty parenthesis cried.
"That's exactly the way I have always been told that the capture of snarks should be tried."
But oh, beamish nephew, beware of the day if your snark be a boojum, for then you will softly and suddenly vanish away, and never be met with again.
It is this that oppresses my soul, when I think of my uncle's last words, and my heart is like nothing so much as a bowl brimming over with quivering curds. It is this.
"We have had that before,"
the bellman indignantly said, and the baker replied,
Let me say it once more. It is this that I dread. I engage with the snark every night after dark in a dreamy, delirious fight. I serve it with greens in those shadowy scenes, and I use it for striking a light. But if ever I meet with a boojum that day, in a moment of this, I am sure, I shall softly and suddenly vanish away, and the notion I cannot endure.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Jabberwocky by Charles Lottwich Dodgedon. Lewis Carroll. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao as the narrator.
And Craig Franklin as the father.
Jabberwocky. 'Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogoves, and the mome raths outgrabe.
Beware the Jabberwock, my son, the jaws that bite, the claws that catch. Beware the jub bird, and shun the throomiest bandersnatch.
He took his vorpal sword in hand, long time the manxome foe he sought. So rested he by the tom-tom tree, and stood a while in thought. And as in uffish thought he stood, the Jabberwock, with eyes of flame, came whiffling through the tulgey wood, and burbled as it came. 1, 2, 1, 2, and through the vorpal blade went snicker-snack. He left it dead, and with its head he went galumphing back.
And hast thou slain the Jabberwock? Come to my arms, my beamish boy, O frabjous day, callooh-callay.
He chortled in his joy. 'Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogoves, and the mome raths outgrabe. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
For a Novel of Hall Caines, after Kipling, by Robert Bridges, Draw. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. For a Novel of Hall Caines, after Kipling. He sits in a sea-green grotto with a bucket of lurid paint, and draws the thing as it isn't, for the God of things as they ain't. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. End of The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2.
Elegy on the Death of a Mad Dog by Oliver Goldsmith. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao. Elegy on the Death of a Mad Dog. Good people all of every sort, give ear unto my song, and if you find it wondrous short, it cannot hold you long. In Islington there was a man of whom the world might say that still a godly race he ran whene'er he went to pray. A kind and gentle heart he had to comfort friends and foes, the naked every day he clad when he put on his clothes. And in that town a dog was found, as many dogs there be, both mongrel, puppy, whelp, and hound, and curs of low degree. This dog and man at first were friends, but what a pique began! The dog to gain his private ends went mad and bit the man. Around from all the neighbouring streets the wondering neighbours ran, and swore the dog had lost his wits to bite so good a man. The wound it seemed both sore and sad to every Christian eye, and while they swore the dog was mad, they swore the man would die. But soon a wonder came to light, that showed the rogues they lied. The man recovered of the bite, the dog it was that died. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Old Grimes by Albert G. Greene. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Tomas Peter. Old Grimes. Old Grimes is dead, that good old man. We ne'er shall see him more. He used to wear a long black coat, all buttoned down before. His heart was open as the day, his feelings all were true. His hair was some inclined to grey, he wore it in a queue. Whene'er he heard the voice of pain, his breast with pity burned. The large round head upon his cane from ivory was turned. Kind words he ever had for all, he knew no base design. His eyes were dark and rather small, his nose was aquiline. He lived at peace with all mankind, in friendship he was true. His coat had pocket-holes behind, his pantaloons were blue. Unharmed, the sin which earth pollutes he passed securely o'er, and never wore a pair of boots for 30 years or more. But good old Grimes is now at rest, nor fears misfortune's frown. He wore a double-breasted vest, the stripes ran up and down. He modest merit sought to find, and pay it its desert. He had no malice in his mind, no ruffles on his shirt. His neighbours he did not abuse, was sociable and gay. He wore large buckles on his shoes, and changed them every day. His knowledge, hid from public gaze, he did not bring to view, nor make a noise, town meeting days, as many people do. His worldly goods he never threw in trust to fortune's chances, but lived, as all his brothers do, in easy circumstances. Thus undisturbed by anxious cares, his peaceful moments ran, and everybody said he was a fine old gentleman. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Elegy on Madame Blase by Oliver Goldsmith. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. Elegy on Madame Blase. Good people all, with one accord, lament for Madame Blase, who never wanted a good word from those who spoke her praise. The needy seldom passed her door, and always found her kind. She freely lent to all the poor who left a pledge behind. She strove the neighbourhood to please, with manner wondrous winning. She never followed wicked ways, unless when she was sinning. At church in silk and satins new, with hoop of monstrous size, she never slumbered in her pew, but when she shut her eyes. Her love was sought, I do aver, by 20 beaux or more. The king himself has followed her, when she has walked before. But now her wealth and finery fled, her hangers-on cut short all, her doctors found when she was dead, her last disorder mortal. Let us lament in sorrow sore, for Kent Street well may say, that, had she lived a 12-month more, she had not died today. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Graveyard, from A Fable for Critics, by James Russell Lowell, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Tomas Peter. The Graveyard, from A Fable for Critics. Let us glance for a moment, 'tis well worth the pains, and note what an average graveyard contains. There lie levellers levelled, duns done up themselves. There are booksellers finely laid on their shelves. Horizontally there lie upright politicians, dose-a-dose with their patient sleep, faultless physicians. There are slave-drivers quietly whipped underground. There bookbinders, done up in boards, are fast bound. There card-players wait till the last trump be played. There all the choice spirits get finally laid. There the babe that's unborn is supplied with a berth. There men without legs get their 6 feet of earth. There lawyers repose, each wrapped up in his case. There seekers of office are sure of a place. There defendant and plaintiff get equally cast. There shoemakers quietly stick to the last. There brokers at length become silent as stocks. There stage-drivers sleep without quitting their box. And so forth, and so forth, and so forth, and so on. With this kind of stuff one might endlessly go on. To come to the point, I may safely assert you will find in each yard every cardinal virtue, and at this just conclusion will surely arrive that the goodness of earth is more dead than alive. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Faithless Nelly Gray, a Pathetic Ballad, by Thomas Hood, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
Craig Franklin as Ben Battle,
And Phone as Nelly Gray.
Faithless Nelly Gray, a Pathetic Ballad. Ben Battle was a soldier bold, and used to war's alarms, but a cannon ball took off his legs, so he laid down his arms. Now as they bore him off the field, said he,
Let others shoot, for here I leave my 2nd leg and the 42nd foot.
The army surgeons made him limbs, said he,
They're only pegs, but they're as wooden members quite as represent my legs.
Now Ben, he loved a pretty maid, her name was Nelly Gray, so he went to pay her his devours, when he devoured his pay. But when he called on Nelly Gray, she made him quite a scoff, and when she saw his wooden legs, began to take them off.
Oh Nelly Gray, oh Nelly Gray, is this your love so warm? The love that loves a scarlet coat should be more uniform.
Said she,
I loved a soldier once, for he was blithe and brave, but I will never have a man with both legs in the grave. Before you had those timber toes, your love I did allow, but then, you know, you stand upon another footing now.
Oh Nelly Gray, oh Nelly Gray, for all your jeering speeches, at duty's call I left my legs in Badajoz breeches.
Why then,
said she,
you've lost the feet of legs in war's alarms, and now you cannot wear your shoes upon your feats of arms.
Oh false and fickle Nelly Gray, I know why you refuse, Though I've no feet, some other man is standing in my shoes. I wish I ne'er had seen your face, but now a long farewell, for you will be my death. Alas, you will not be my knell.
Now when he went from Nelly Gray, his heart so heavy got, and life was such a burden grown, it made him take a knot. So round his melancholy neck a rope he did entwine, and for his second time in life enlisted in the line. One end he tied around a beam, and then removed his pegs, and as his legs were off, of course, he soon was off his legs. And there he hung till he was dead, as any nail in town, for though distress had cut him up, it could not cut him down. A dozen men sat on his corpse to find out why he died, and they buried Ben in 4 crossroads, with a stake in his inside. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Faithless Sally Brown by Thomas Hood, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
Craig Franklin as the bosun,
Leanne Yao as Sally Brown,
Jason in Canada as the waterman,
and Tomas Peter as Ben.
Faithless Sally Brown. Young Ben he was a nice young man, a carpenter by trade, and he fell in love with Sally Brown, that was a lady's maid. But as they fetched a walk one day, they met a press-gang crew, and Sally she did faint away, whilst Ben he was brought to. The bo'sun swore with wicked words, enough to shock a saint, that though she did seem in a fit, 'twas nothing but a feint.
"Come, girl,"
Said he,
"hold up your head, he'll be as good as me, for when your swain is in our boat, a boatswain he will be."
so when they'd made their game of her, and taken off her elf, she roused, and found she only was a coming to herself.
"And is he gone? And is he gone?"
She cried and wept outright.
"Then I will to the waterside, and see him out of sight."
A waterman came up to her.
"Now, young woman,"
Said he,
"if you weep on so, you will make eye water in the sea."
"Alas, they've taken my bow, Ben, to sail with old Benbow."
and her woe began to run afresh, as if she'd said, Gee woe. Says he,
"They've only taken him to the tender ship, you see."
"The tender ship!
cried Sally Brown.
What a hardship that must be! Oh, would I were a mermaid now, for then I'd follow him. But oh, I'm not a fish-woman, and so I cannot swim. Alas, I was not born beneath the Virgin and the scales, so I must curse my cruel stars and walk about in Wales."
Now Ben had sailed to many a place that's underneath the world, but in 2 years the ship came home, and all her sails were furled. But when he called on Sally Brown to see how she got on, he found she'd got another Ben, whose Christian name was John.
"Oh, Sally Brown, oh, Sally Brown, how could you serve me so? I've met with many a breeze before, but never such a blow."
Then, reading on his 'bacco box, he heaved a heavy sigh, and then began to eye his pipe, and then to pipe his eye. And then he tried to sing,
"All's well."
but could not, though he tried. His head was turned, and so he chewed his pigtail till he died. His death, which happened in his birth, at 40 odd befell. They went and told the sexton, and the sexton tolled the bell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Orator Puff by Thomas Moore, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org, by phone as the narrator.
Jason in Canada as the Orator Puff.
Sonia as the Wag.
And Craig Franklin as the Paddy.
Orator Puff. Mr. Orator Puff had two tones in his voice, the one squeaking thus and the other down so. In each sentence he uttered he gave you your choice, for one half was B alt and the rest G below. Oh, Orator Puff, one voice for an orator surely enough. But he still talked away, spite of cuffs and of frowns, so distracting all ears with his ups and his downs, that a wag once, on hearing the orator say,
"My voice is for war,"
asked, "Which of them, pray?"
Oh, Orator Puff, one voice for an orator is surely enough. Reeling homeward one evening, top-heavy with gin, and rehearsing his speech on the weight of the crown, he tripped near a saw-pit and tumbled right in.
"Sinking fund!"
The last words as his noddle came down. Oh, Orator Puff, one voice for an orator's surely enough.
"Good Lord!"
he exclaimed in his he and she tones.
"Help me out! Help me out! I have broken my bones."
"Help you out?"
said a Paddy who passed.
"What a bother! Why, there's two of you there. Can't you help one another?"
Oh, Orator Puff, one voice for an orator's surely enough. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Gouty Merchant and the Stranger by Horace Smith, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
Tomas Peter as the stranger,
And Craig Franklin as the Gouty Merchant.
The Gouty Merchant and the Stranger. In Broad Street Building, on a winter night, snug by his parlour fire, a gouty wight sat all alone, with one hand rubbing his feet rolled up in fleecy hose, with the other he'd beneath his nose the public ledger, in whose columns grubbing he noted all the sales of hops, ships, shops, and slops, gum, galls and groceries, ginger, gin, tar, tallow, turmeric, turpentine, and tin. When lo! a decent personage in black entered, and most politely said,
"Your footman, sir, has gone his nightly track to the King's Head, and left your door ajar, which I observed in passing by, and thought it neighbourly to give you notice."
10,000 thanks. How very few get, in time of danger, such kind attention from a stranger. Assuredly, that fellow's throat is doomed to a final drop at Newgate. He knows, too, the unconscionable elf, that there's no soul at home except myself.
"Indeed."
replied the stranger, looking grave.
"Then he's a double knave. He knows that rogues and thieves by scores nightly beset unguarded doors, and see how easily might one of these domestic foes, even beneath your very nose, perform his knavish tricks. Enter your room, as I have done, blow out your candles, thus, and thus, pocket your silver candlesticks, and walk off, thus."
So said, so done. He made no more remark, nor waited for replies, but marched off with his prize, leaving the Gouty Merchant in the dark. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Diverting History of John Gilpin, showing how he went farther than he intended, and came safe home again, by William Cooper, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin as the narrator,
Phone as Mrs. Gilpin,
Jason in Canada as John Gilpin,
Lian Yao as Betty,
Sonia as the crowd,
and Thomas Peter as the calendar.
the diverting history of John Gilpin, showing how he went farther than he intended and came safe home again. John Gilpin was a citizen of credit and renown, a train band captain eke was he of famous London town. John Gilpin's spouse said to her dear,
though wedded we have been these twice 10 tedious years, yet we no holiday have seen. Tomorrow is our wedding day, and we will then repair unto the Bell at Edmonton, all in a chaise and pair. My sister and my sister's child, myself and children 3, will fill the chaise, so you must ride on horseback after we.
he soon replied,
I do admire of womankind but one, and you are she, my dearest dear, therefore it shall be done. I am a linen draper bold, as all the world doth know, and my good friend the calendar will lend his horse to go.
Quoth Mrs. Gilpin,
That's well said, and for that wine is dear, we will be furnished with our own, which is both bright and clear.
John Gilpin kissed his loving wife. O'erjoyed was he to find that though on pleasure she was bent, she had a frugal mind. The morning came, the chaise was brought, but yet was not allowed to drive up to the door, lest all should say that she was proud. So 3 doors off the chaise was stayed, where they did all get in, 6 precious souls, and all agog to dash through thick and thin. Smack went the whip, round went the wheels, were never folk so glad, the stones did rattle underneath, as if Cheapside were mad. John Gilpin, at his horse's side, seized fast the flowing mane, and up he got in haste to ride, but soon came down again. For Saddle-tree scarce reached had he his journey to begin, when turning round his head he saw 3 customers come in. So down he came for loss of time, although it grieved him sore, yet loss of pence, full well he knew would trouble him much more. 'Twas long before the customers were suited to their mind, when Betty screaming came downstairs.
The wine is left behind.
Good lack,
Quoth he,
yet bring it me, my leathern belt likewise, in which I bear my trusty sword when I do exercise.
now Mistress Gilpin, careful soul, had 2 stone bottles found, to hold the liquor that she loved, and keep it safe and sound. Each bottle had a curling ear, through which the belt he drew, and hung a bottle on each side, to make his balance true. Then over all, that he might be equipped from top to toe, his long red cloak, well brushed and neat, he manfully did throw. Now see him mounted once again upon his nimble steed, full slowly pacing o'er the stones with caution and good heed. But finding soon a smoother road beneath his well-shod feet, the snorting beast began to trot, which galled him in his seat.
So, fair and softly,
John he cried, but John he cried in vain. That trot became a gallop soon, in spite of curb and rein. So stooping down, as needs he must, who cannot sit upright, he grasped the mane with both his hands, and eke with all his might. His horse, who never in that sort had handled been before, what thing upon his back had got, did wonder more and more. Away went Gilpin, neck or nought, away went hat and wig. He little dreamt when he set out of running such a rig. The wind did blow, the cloak did fly, like streamer long and gay, till loop and button failing both, at last it flew away. Then might all people well discern the bottles he had slung, a bottle swinging at each side, as hath been said or sung. The dogs did bark, the children screamed, up flew the windows all, and every soul cried out,
Well done!"
as loud as he could bawl. Away went Gilpin. Who but he? His fame soon spread around.
"He carries weight, he rides a race, 'tis for 1,000 pound."
And still as fast as he drew near, 'twas wonderful to view how in a trice the turnpike men their gates wide open threw. And now as he went bowing down, his reeking head full low, the bottles twain behind his back were shattered at a blow. Down ran the wine into the road, most piteous to be seen, which made his horses' flanks to smoke, as they had basted been. But still he seemed to carry weight, with leathern girdle braced, for all might see the bottle neck still dangling at his waist. Thus all through merry Islington these gambols did he play, until he came unto the wash of Edmonton so gay. And there he threw the wash around on both sides of the way, just like unto a trundling mop or a wild goose at play. At Edmonton his loving wife from the balcony spied her tender husband, wondering much to see how he did ride.
"Stop, stop, John Gilpin, here's the house,"
they all at once did cry.
"The dinner waits, and we are tired."
Said Gilpin,
"So am I."
but yet his horse was not a whit inclined to tarry there, for why? His owner had a house full 10 miles off at Ware. So like an arrow swift he flew, shot by an archer strong, so did he fly, which brings me to the middle of my song. Away went Gilpin, out of breath and sore against his will, till at his friend the calendar's his horse at last stood still. The calendar, amazed to see his neighbour in such trim, laid down his pipe, flew to the gate, and thus accosted him.
What news, what news, your tidings tell? Tell me, you must and shall. Say why bareheaded you are come, or why you come at all.
Now Gilpin had a pleasant wit, and loved a timely joke, and thus unto the calendar in merry guise he spoke.
"I came because your horse would come, and, if I well forebode, my hat and wig will soon be here. They are upon the road."
The calendar, right glad to find his friend in merry pin, returned him not a single word, but to the house went in. When straight he came with hat and wig, a wig that flowed behind, a hat not much the worse for wear, each comely in its kind. He held them up, and in his turn thus showed his ready wit.
My head is twice as big as yours, they therefore needs must fit. But let me scrape the dirt away that hangs upon your face, and stop and eat, for well you may be in a hungry case.
Said John,
"It is my wedding day, and all the world would stare, if wife should dine at Edmonton, and I should dine at Ware."
So turning to his horse he said,
"I am in haste to dine. 'Twas for your pleasure you came here. You shall go back for mine."
Ah, luckless speech and bootless boast, for which he paid full dear, for while he spake a braying ass did sing most loud and clear, whereat his horse did snort as he had heard a lion roar, and galloped off with all his might, as he had done before. Away went Gilpin, and away went Gilpin's hat and wig. He lost them sooner than at first, for why? They were too big. Now Mistress Gilpin, when she saw her husband posting down into the country far away, she pulled out 1/2 crown, and thus unto the youth she said, that drove them to the bell,
"This shall be yours when you bring back my husband safe and well."
The youth did ride, and soon did meet John coming back amain, whom in a trice he tried to stop by catching at his rein. But not performing what he meant, and gladly would have done, the frightened steed he frightened more, and made him faster run. Away went Gilpin, and away went postboy at his heels, the postboy's horse right glad to miss the lumbering of the wheels. 6 gentlemen upon the road, thus seeing Gilpin fly, with postboys scampering in the rear, they raised the hue and cry.
Stop thief! Stop thief! A highwayman!
Not one of them was mute, and all and each that passed that way did join in the pursuit. And now the turnpike gates again flew open in short space, the tollman thinking as before that Gilpin rode a race. And so he did, and won it too, for he got first to town, nor stopped till where he did get up, he did again get down. Now let us sing, Long live the King, and Gilpin, long live he, and when he next doth ride abroad, may I be there to see. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Epigrams by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. Epigrams by S.T. Coleridge, Cologne. In Köln, a town of monks and bones, and pavements fanged with murderous stones, and rags and hags and hideous wenches, I counted 72 stenches, all well defined, and several stinks. Ye nymphs that reign o'er sewers and sinks, the river Rhine, it is well known, doth wash your city of Cologne. But tell me, nymphs, what power divine shall henceforth wash the river Rhine? Sly Beelzebub took all occasions to try Job's constancy and patience. He took his honour, took his health, he took his children, took his wealth, his servants, oxen, horses, cows. But cunning Satan did not take his spouse. But heaven, that brings out good from evil, and loves to disappoint the devil, had predetermined to restore twofold all he had before, his servants, horses, oxen, cows, short-sighted devil, not to take his spouse. Horace Mavius reads his hobbling verse to all and at all times, and finds them both divinely smooth, his voice as well as rhymes. Yet folks say Mavius is no ass, but Mavius makes it clear that he's a monster of an ass without an ear. Swans sing before they die, 'twere no bad thing that certain persons die before they sing. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Razor Seller by Dr. John Wolcott, Peter Pindar. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Canada as the narrator.
Tomas Peter as Hodge.
And Lian Yao as the Razor Seller.
The Razor Seller. A fellow in a market town, most musical, cried razors up and down, and offered 12 for 18 pence, which certainly seemed wondrous cheap, and for the money quite a heap, as every man would buy with cash and cents. A country bumpkin the great offer heard, poor Hodge, who suffered by a broad black beard, that seemed a shoe-brush stuck beneath his nose. With cheerfulness the 18 pence he paid, and proudly to himself in whispers said,
This rascal stole the razors, I suppose. No matter if the fellow be a knave, provided that the razors shave, it certainly will be a monstrous prize.
So home the clown with his good fortune went, smiling in heart and soul content, and quickly soaped himself to ears and eyes. Being well lathered from a dish or tub, Hodge now began with grinning pain to grub, just like a hedger cutting furze. 'Twas a vile razor. Then the rest he tried, All were impostors.
Ah,
Hodge sighed.
I wish my 18 pence within my purse.
In vain to chase his beard and bring the graces, he cut and dug and winced and stamped and swore, brought blood and danced, blasphemed and made wry faces, and cursed each razor's body o'er and o'er. His muzzle formed the opposition's stuff, firm as a foxite, would not lose its ruff, so kept it, laughing at the steel suds. Hodge, in a passion, stretched his angry jaws, vowing the direst vengeance with clenched claws, on the vile cheat that sold the goods.
Razors! A mean confounded dog, not fit to scrape a hog.
Hodge sought the fellow, found him, and begun.
Perhaps, Master Razor Rogue, to you 'tis fun that people flay themselves out of their lives. You rascal, for an hour have I been grubbing, giving my crying whiskers here a scrubbing, with razors just like oyster knives. Sirrah, I tell you you're a knave, to cry up razors that can't shave.
Friend,
Quoth the razor man,
I'm not a knave. As for the razors you have bought, upon my soul, I never thought that they would shave.
Not think they'd shave?
quoth Hodge with wondering eyes, and voice not much unlike an Indian yell.
What were they made for then, you dog?
He cries.
Made
Quoth the fellow with a smile.
to sell.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Paper, a conversational pleasantry by Benjamin Franklin. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Paper, a conversational pleasantry. Some wits of old, such wits of old they were, whose hints showed meaning, whose allusions care, by one brave stroke to mark all humankind, called clear, blank paper every infant mind, where still, as opening sense her dictates wrote, fair virtue put a seal, or vice a blot. The thought was happy, pertinent, and true. Methinks a genius might the plan pursue. I, can you pardon my presumption, I, no wit, no genius, yet for once will try. Various the paper various wants produce, the wants of fashion, elegance, and use. Men are as various, and, if right I scan, each sort of paper represents some man. Pray note the fop, half powder and half lace, nice as a bandbox where his dwelling place. He's the gilt paper which apart you store, and lock from vulgar hands in these scrutoire. Mechanics, servants, farmers, and so forth, are copy paper of inferior worth, less prized, more useful, for your desk decreed, free to all pens and prompt at every need. The wretch whom avarice bids to pinch and spare, starve, cheat, and pilfer, to enrich an heir, is coarse brown paper such as peddlers choose, to wrap up wares which better men will use. Take next the miser's contrast, who destroys health, fame, and fortune in a round of joys. Will any paper match him? Yes, throughout, he's a true sinking paper past all doubt. The retail politician's anxious thought deems this side always right, and that stark naught. He foams with censure, with applause he raves, a dupe to rumours and a tool of knaves. He'll want no type, his weakness to proclaim, while such a thing as foolscap has a name. The hasty gentleman whose blood runs high, who picks a quarrel if you step awry, who can't a jest, a hint, or look endure. What is he? What? Touch paper, to be sure. What are our poets? Take them as they fall, good, bad, rich, poor, much read, not read at all. They and their works in the same class you'll find. They are the mere waste paper of mankind. Observe the maiden innocently sweet. She's fair white paper, an unsullied sheet, on which the happy man whom fate ordains may write his name and take her for his pains. One instance more, and only one I'll bring. 'Tis the great man who scorns a little thing, whose thoughts, whose deeds, whose maxims are his own, formed on the feelings of his heart alone. True, genuine, royal paper is his breast, of all the kind most precious, purest, best. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Epitaph for the tombstone erected over the Marquis of Anglesea's leg, lost at Waterloo, by George Canning. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org, by Tomas Peter. Epitaph for the tombstone erected over the Marquis of Anglesea's leg, lost at Waterloo. Here rests, and let no saucy knave presume to sneer and laugh, to learn that mouldering in the grave is laid a British calf. For he who writes these lines is sure that those who read the whole will find such laugh was premature, for here too lies a soul. And here 5 little ones repose, twin born with other 5, unheeded by their brother toes, who all are now alive. A leg and foot, to speak more plain, rests here of one commanding, who, though his wits he might retain, lost half his understanding. And when the guns, with thunder fraught, poured bullets thick as hail, could only in his way be taught to give the foe leg bail. And now in England, just as gay as in the battle brave, goes to a rout, review, or play, with one foot in the grave. Fortune in vain here showed her spite, for he will still be found, should England's sons engage in fight, resolved to stand his ground. But Fortune's pardon I must beg, she meant not to disarm, for when she lopped the hero's leg, she did not seek his harm, and but indulged a harmless whim, since he could walk with one, she saw 2 legs were lost on him, who never meant to run. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Rudolph the Headsman. From This Is It, by Oliver Wendell Holmes. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao as the narrator.
Tomas Peter as the prisoner.
And Craig Franklin as the headsman.
Rudolph the Headsman. From This Is It. Rudolph, professor of the headsman's trade, alike was famous for his arm and blade. One day, a prisoner justice had to kill, knelt at the block to test the artist's skill. Bare-armed, swart-visaged, gaunt and shaggy-browed, Rudolph the headsman rose above the crowd. His falchion lightened with a sudden gleam, as the pike's armour flashes in the stream. He sheathed his blade, he turned as if to go. The victim knelt, still waiting for the blow.
"Why strikest not? Perform thy murderous act,"
the prisoner said. His voice was slightly cracked.
Friend, I have struck,
the artist straight replied.
Wait but one moment and yourself decide.
He held his snuff-box.
Now then, if you please.
The prisoner sniffed, and with a crashing sneeze, off his head tumbled, bowled along the floor, bounced down the steps. The prisoner said no more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Song of 111 Years in Prison by George Canning, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by phone as the narrator.
And Tomas Peter as the prisoner.
Song of 111 Years in Prison
Whene'er with haggard eyes I view this dungeon that I'm rotting in, I think of those companions true who studied with me at the University of Göttingen, University of Göttingen.
Weeps and pulls out a blue kerchief, with which he wipes his eyes. Gazing tenderly at it, he proceeds.
Sweet kerchief, checked with heavenly blue, which once my love sat nodding in. Alas, Matilda then was true. At least I thought so at the University of Göttingen. University of Göttingen.
At the repetition of this line, he clanks his chains in cadence.
Barbs, barbs, alas, how swift you flew, her neat post-wagon trotting in. Ye bore Matilda from my view. Forlorn I languished at the University of Göttingen. University of Göttingen. This faded form, this pallid hue, this blood my veins is clotting in. My years are many, they were few, when first I entered at the University of Göttingen. University of Göttingen. There first for thee my passion grew, sweet, sweet Matilda Bertingen. Thou wert the daughter of my tutor, law professor at the University of Göttingen. University of Göttingen. Sun, moon, and thou, vain world, adieu, that kings and priests are plotting in. Here doomed to starve on water, gruel. Never shall I see the University of Göttingen. University of Göttingen.
During the last stanza, he dashes his head repeatedly against the walls of his prison, and finally so hard as to produce a visible contusion. He then throws himself on the floor in an agony. The curtain drops, the music still continuing to play till it is wholly fallen. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Little Billy by William Makepeace Thackeray. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin as the narrator.
Jason in Canada as Gorging Jack.
Lian Yao as Guzzling Jimmy.
And Sonia as Little Billy.
Little Billy. There were 3 sailors of Bristol City who took a boat and went to sea. But first with beef and captain's biscuits and pickled pork they loaded she. There was Gorging Jack and Guzzling Jimmy, and the youngster he was Little Billy. Now when they'd got as far as the equator, they'd nothing left but one split pea. Says Gorging Jack to Guzzling Jimmy,
I am extremely hungry.
To Gorging Jack says Guzzling Jimmy,
We've nothing left, us must eat we.
Says Gorging Jack to Guzzling Jimmy,
With one another we shouldn't agree. There's Little Bill, he's young and tender. We're old and tough, so let's eat he.
Oh, Billy, we're going to kill and eat you, so undo the button of your chemise.
When Bill received this information, he used his pocket handkerchief.
First let me say my catechism, which my poor mother taught to me.
Make haste,
Says Guzzling Jimmy, while Jack pulled out his snickersnee. Billy went up to the main top-gallant mast, and down he fell on his bended knee. He scarce had come to the 12th commandment, when up he jumps.
There's land I see, Jerusalem and Madagascar, and North and South Ameriky. There's the British flag a-riding at anchor, with Admiral Napier, K.C.B.
So when they got aboard of the Admiral's, he hanged Fat Jack and flogged Jimmy. But as for Little Bill, he made him the captain of a 73. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Captain Rees by William Schwenk Gilbert. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
Craig Franklin as Captain Rees,
Jason in Canada as the coxswain William Lee,
and Tomas Peter as the boatswain.
Captain Rees. Of all the ships upon the blue, no ship contained a better crew than that of worthy Captain Rees, commanding of the mantelpiece. He was adored by all his men, for worthy Captain Rees, R.N., did all that lay within him to promote the comfort of his crew. If ever they were dull or sad, their captain danced to them like mad, or told, to make the time pass by, droll legends of his infancy. A feather bed had every man, warm slippers and hot water can, brown Windsor from the captain's store, a valet too, to every four. Did they with thirst in summer burn, lo, seltzer jeans at every turn, and on all very sultry days, cream ices handed round on trays. Then currant wine and ginger pops stood handily on all the tops, and also, with amusement rife, a zoetrope or wheel of life. New volumes came across the sea from Mr. Moody's library. The Times and Saturday Review beguiled the leisure of the crew. Kind-hearted Captain Rees, R.N., was quite devoted to his men. In point of fact, good Captain Rees beatified the mantelpiece. One summer eve, at 10:30, he said, addressing all his men,
Come tell me please what I can do to please and gratify my crew. By any reasonable plan, I'll make you happy if I can. My own convenience count as nil. It is my duty, and I will.
Then up and answered William Lee, the kind captain's coxswain he, a nervous, shy, low-spoken man. He cleared his throat, and thus began.
You have a daughter, Captain Rees, 10 female cousins and a niece, a ma, if what I'm told is true, 6 sisters and an aunt or two. Now somehow, sir, it seems to me more friendly like we all should be, if you united of 'em to unmarried members of the crew. If you'd ameliorate our life, let each select from them a wife, and as for nervous me, old pal, give me your own enchanting gal.
Good Captain Rees, that worthy man, debated on his coxswain's plan.
I quite agree,
he said.
Oh, Bill, it is my duty, and I will. My daughter, that enchanting girl, has just been promised to an earl, and all my other family to peers of various degree. But what to dukes and viscounts too, the happiness of all my crew? The word I give you all I'll fulfil. It is my duty, and I will. As you desire it shall befall. I'll settle thousands on you all, and I shall be, despite my hoard, the only bachelor on board.
The boatswain of the mantelpiece, he blushed and spoke to Captain Rees.
Oh, I beg your honour's leave,
he said,
if you would wish to go and wed. I have a widowed mother who would be the very thing for you. She long has loved you from afar. She watcheth for you, Captain Orr.
The captain saw the dame that day, addressed her in his playful way.
And did it want a wedding ring? It was a tempting nickel sing. Well, well, the chaplain I will seek will all be married this day week at yonder church upon the hill. It is my duty, and I will.
The sisters, cousins, aunts, and niece, and widowed ma of Captain Rees attended there as they were bid. It was their duty, and they did. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Yarn of the Nancy Bell, from the Bab Ballads by William Schwenk Gilbert, from the World's Best Poetry Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor Part 2, Read for LibriVox.org by Tomas Peter as the narrator.
Craig Franklin as the old sailor.
And Lian Yao as the cook.
The Yarn of the Nancy Bell, from the Bab Ballads. 'Twas on the shores that round our coast, from Deal to Ramsgate span, that I found alone, on a piece of stone, an elderly naval man. His hair was weedy, his beard was long, and weedy and long was he. And I heard this wight on the shore recite, in a singular minor key.
Oh, I am a cook and a captain bold, and the mate of the Nancy brig, and a boatswain tight, and a midshipmite, and the crew of the captain's gig.
And he shook his fist and he tore his hair, till I really felt afraid, for I couldn't help thinking the man had been drinking, and so I simply said, "Oh, elderly man, it's little I know of the duties of men of the sea, and I'll eat my hand if I understand how you can possibly be at once a cook and a captain bold, and the mate of the Nancy brig, and a boatswain tight, and a midshipmite, and the crew of the captain's gig." Then he gave a hitch to his trousers, which is a trick all seamen larn, and having got rid of a thumping quid, he spun this painful yarn.
"'Twas in the good ship Nancy Bell that we sailed to the Indian Sea, and there on a reef we came to grief, which has often occurred to me. And pretty nigh all the crew was drowned, there was 77 a soul, and only 10 of the Nancy's men said here to the muster roll. There was me, and the cook, and the captain bold, and the mate of the Nancy brig, and the boatswain tight, and a midshipmite, and the crew of the captain's gig. For a month we neither victuals nor drink, till a hungry we did feel, so we drawed a lot and according shot the captain for our meal. The next lot fell to the Nancy's mate, and a delicate dish he made. Then our appetite with the midshipmite, we 7 survivors stayed. And then we murdered the boatswain tight, and he much resembled pig. Then we whittled free, did the cook and me, of the crew of the captain's gig. Then only the cook and me was left, and the delicate question, which of us two goes to the kettle, arose, and we argued it out as sick. For I loved that cook as a brother, I did, and the cook he worshipped me, but we'd both be blowed if we'd either be stowed in the other chap's hold, you see.
"I'll be eat if you dines off me,"
says Tom. "Yes, that, says I, you'll be. I'm boiled if I die, my friend," quoth I, and
"Exactly so,"
quoth he. Says he,
"Dear James, to murder me were a foolish thing to do, for don't you see that you can't cook me, while I can, and will, cook you?"
So he boils the water and takes the salt and the pepper in portions true, which he never forgot, and some chopped shallot, and some sage and parsley too.
"Come here."
And he stirred it round and round and round, and he sniffed at the foaming froth, when I ups with his heels, and smothers his squeals in the scum of the boiling broth. Says he, with a proper pride, which his smiling features tell,
"'Twill soothing be if I let you see how extremely nice you'll smell."
And he stirred it round and round and round, and he sniffed at the foaming froth, when I ups with his heels, and smothers his squeals in the scum of the boiling broth. And I eat that cook in a week or less, and as I eating be, the last of his chops, why I almost drops, for a vessel in sight I see. And I never laugh, and I never smile, and I never lark nor play, but I sit and croak, and a single joke I have, which is to say, oh, I am a cook and a captain bold, and the mate of the Nancy brig, and a boatswain tight, and a midshipmite, and the crew of the captain's gig.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Art of Bookkeeping by Thomas Hood. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Tomas Peter. The art of bookkeeping. How hard when those who do not wish to lend thus lose their books, are snared by anglers, folks that fish with literary hooks, who call and take some favourite tome, but never read it through. They thus complete their set at home by making one at you. I, of my Spencer quite bereft, last winter sore was shaken. Of lamb I've but a quarter left, nor could I save my bacon. And then I saw my crab at last, like Hamlet backward go, and as the tide was ebbing fast, of course I lost my row. My mallet served to knock me down, which makes me thus a talker, and once, when I was out of town, my Johnson proved a walker. While studying o'er the fire one day, my hobs amidst the smoke, they bore my comb clean away, and carried off my coke. They picked my lock, to me far more than Brahma's patent worth, and now my losses I deplore, without a home on earth. If once a book you let them lift, another they conceal, for though I caught them stealing swift, as swiftly went my steel. Hope is not now upon my shelf, where late he stood elated, but, what is strange, my Pope himself is excommunicated. My little suckling in the grave is sunk to swell the ravage, and what was Crusoe's fate to save, 'twas mine to lose, a savage. Even Glover's works I cannot put my frozen hands upon, though ever since I lost my foot, my Bunyan has been gone. My Hoyle with cotton went oppressed, my tailor too must fail. To save my goldsmith from arrest, in vain I offered bail. I Prior sought, but could not see the hood so late in front, and when I turned to hunt for Lee, oh, where was my Leigh Hunt? I tried to laugh, old Care to tickle, yet could not tickle touch, and then, alack, I missed my mickle, and surely mickles much. 'Tis quite enough my griefs to feed, my sorrows to excuse, to think I cannot read my Reed, nor even use my Hues. My classics would not quiet lie, a thing so fondly hoped. Like Dr. Primrose, I may cry, my Livy has eloped. My life is ebbing fast away, I suffer from these shocks, and though I fixed a lock on grey, there's grey upon my locks. I'm far from young, am growing pale, I see my butler fly, and when they ask about my ale, 'tis Burton, I reply. They still have made me slight returns, and thus my griefs divide, for oh, they cured me of my burns, and eased my aching side. But all I think I shall not say, nor let my anger burn, for as they never found me gay, they have not left me stern. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Address to the Toothache by Robert Burns. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao. Address to the Toothache. My curse upon thy venomed stang, that shoots my tortured gums alang, and through my lugs gies mony a twang with gnawing vengeance, tearing my nerves with bitter pang, like racking engines. When fevers burn, or ague freezes, rheumatics gnaw, or colic squeezes, our neighbour's sympathy may ease us with pitying moan. But thee, thou hello o' diseases, aye mocks our groan. Adown my beard the slavers trickle, I throw the wee stews o'er the mickle, as round the fire the giglets keckle to see me lope, while raving mad I wish a heckle were in their dupe. O are the numerous human duels, ill harsts, daft bargains, cutty stews, or worthy friends raked in the mules, sad sight to see. The tricks or knaves of fashion fools, thou bearest the gree. Where'er that place be priests ca hail, whence are the tones of misery yell, and ranked plagues their numbers tell, in dreadful raw, thou, toothache, surely bearest the bell among them all. O thou grief mischief-making chiel, and surely mickles much, till daft mankind of dance a reel in gore a shoothache. Gie are the phase of Scotland's wheel of foulman's toothache. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To the Terrestrial Globe by a Miserable Wretch, by William Schwank Gilbert, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Canada. To the Terrestrial Globe by a Miserable Wretch. Roll on, thou ball, roll on, through pathless realms of space, roll on. What thou I'm in a sorry case? What thou I cannot meet my bills? What thou I suffer toothache's ills? What thou I swallow countless pills? Never you mind, roll on. Roll on, thou ball, roll on, through seas of inky air, roll on. It's true I've got no shirts to wear, it's true my butcher's bill is due, it's true my prospects all look blue, but don't let that unsettle you. Never you mind, roll on. It rolls on. William Schwank Gilbert. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Nose and the Eyes by William Cooper, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Tomas Peter as the narrator.
And Lian Yao as the tongue.
The Nose and the Eyes. Between nose and eyes a strange contest arose. The spectacles set them unhappily wrong. The point in dispute was, as all the world knows, to whom the said spectacles ought to belong. So Tongue was the lawyer, and argued the cause with a great deal of skill and a wig full of learning, while Chief Baron Ear sat to balance the laws, so famed for his talent and nicely discerning.
In behalf of the Nose, it will quickly appear, and your lordship,
he said,
will undoubtedly find that the Nose has the spectacles always to wear, which amounts to possession, time out of mind.
Then, holding the spectacles up to the court,
your lordship observes, they are made with a straddle, as wide as the ridge of the nose is, in short, designed to sit close to it, just like a saddle. Again, would your lordship a moment suppose, 'tis a case that has happened, and may happen again, that the visage or countenance had not a nose, pray, who would, or who could, wear spectacles then? On the whole, it appears, and my argument shows, with a reasoning the court will never condemn, that the spectacles, plainly, were made for the nose, and the nose was, as plainly, intended for them.
Then shifting his side, as a lawyer knows how, he pleaded again in behalf of the eyes. But what were his arguments, few people know, for the court did not think them equally wise. So his lordship decreed, with a grave, solemn tone, decisive and clear, without one if or but, that whenever the nose put his spectacles on, by daylight or candlelight, eyes should be shut. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Vowels, an Enigma, by Jonathan Swift, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Lian Yao. The Vowels, an Enigma. We are little airy creatures, all of different voice and features. One of us in glass is set, one of us you'll find in jet, t'other you may see in tin, and the fourth a box within. If the fifth you should pursue, it can never fly from you. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Alnwick Castle by Fitz Green Halleck. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao. Alnwick Castle. Home of the Percys' high-born race, home of their beautiful and brave, alike their birth and burial place, their cradle and their grave. Still sternly o'er the castle gate their house's lion stands in state, as in his proud departed hours, and warriors frown in stone on high, and feudal banners flout the sky above his princely towers. A gentle hill its side inclines, lovely in England's fadeless green, to meet the quiet stream which winds through this romantic scene as silently and sweetly still as when at evening on that hill, while summer's wind blew soft and low, seated by gallant Hotspur's side, his Catherine was a happy bride, 1,000 years ago. I wandered through the lofty halls trod by the Percys of old fame, and traced upon the chapel walls each high, heroic name. From him who once his standard set, where now, o'er mosque and minaret, glitter the Sultan's crescent moons, to him who, when a younger son, fought for King George at Lexington, a major of dragoons. That last half stanza, it has dashed from my warm lips the sparkling cup, the light that o'er my eye-beam flashed, the power that bore my spirit up above this banknote world is gone. And Alnwick's but a market town, and this, alas, it's market day, and beasts and borderers throng the way, oxen and bleating lambs in lots, Northumbrian boors and plaided Scots, men in the coal and cattle line, from Teviot's bard in hero land, from royal Berwick's beach of sand, from Wooler, Morpeth, Hexham, and Newcastle upon Tyne. These are not the romantic times so beautiful in Spenser's rhymes, so dazzling to the dreaming boy. Ours are the days of fact, not fable, of knights, but not of the Round Table, of Bailey Jarvey, not Rob Roy. 'Tis is what our President, Monroe, has called the era of good feeling. The Highlander, the bitterest foe to modern laws, has felt their blow, consented to be taxed, and vote, and put on pantaloons and coat, and leave off cattle stealing. Lord Stafford mines for coal and salt, the Duke of Norfolk deals in malt, the Douglas in red herrings, and noble name and cultured land, palace and park and vassal band, are powerless to the notes of hand of Rothschilds or the Barings. The age of bargaining, said Burke, has come. Today the turbaned Turk, sleep, Richard of the Lion Heart, sleep on, nor from your cerements start, is England's friend and fast ally. The Muslim tramples on the Greek, and on the cross and altar stone, and Christendom looks tamely on, and hears the Christian maiden shriek, and sees the Christian father die. And not a sabre blow is given for Greece and fame, for faith and heaven, by Europe's craven chivalry. You'll ask if yet the Percy lives, in the armed pomp of feudal state. The present representatives of Hotspur and his gentle Kate are some half-dozen serving men in the drab coat of William Penn, a chambermaid whose lip and eye and cheek and brown hair bright and curling spoke nature's aristocracy, and one half-groom, half-seneschal, who bowed me through court, bower, and hall, from donjon keep to turret wall, for 10 and 6 sterling. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Latest Decalogue by Arthur Hugh Clough. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The latest Decalogue. Thou shalt have one God only, who would be at the expense of two. No graven images may be worshipped, safe in the currency. Swear not at all, since for thy curse thine enemy is none the worse. At church on Sunday to attend will serve to keep the world thy friend. Honour thy parents, that is, all from whom advancement may befall. Thou shalt not kill, but needst not strive officiously to keep alive. Adultery it is not fit or safe for woman to commit. Thou shalt not steal, an empty feat, when 'tis as lucrative to cheat. Bear not false witness, let the lie have time on its own wings to fly. Thou shalt not covet, but tradition approves all forms of competition. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The New Church Organ by Will Carleton. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The New Church Organ. They've got a brand new organ, Sue, for all their fuss and search. They've done just as they said they'd do, and fetched it into church. They're bound the critter shall be seen, and on the preacher's right they've hoisted up their new machine in everybody's sight. They've got a chorister and choir, agin my voice and vote, for it was never my desire to praise the Lord by note. I've been a sister good and true for 35 year. I've done what seemed my part to do, and prayed my duty clear. I've sung the hymns both slow and quick, just as the preacher read, and twice when Deacon Tubbs was sick, I took the fork and led. And now their bold new-fangled ways is comin' all about, and I, right in my latter days, am fairly crowded out. To-day the preacher, good old dear, with tears all in his eyes, read, I can read my title clear to mansions in the skies. I always liked that blessed hymn, I s'pose I always will. It somehow gratifies my whim in good old Ortonville. But when that choir got up to sing, I couldn't catch a word. They sung the most doggonedst thing a body ever heard. Some worldly chaps was standin' near, and when I see them grin, I bid farewell to every fear, and boldly waded in. I thought I'd chase the tune along, and tried with all my might, but though my voice is good and strong, I couldn't steer it right. When they was high, then I was low, and also contrawise, and I too fast, or they too slow, to mansions in the skies. And after every verse, you know, they played a little tune I didn't understand, and so I started in too soon. I pitched it purty middlin' high, and fetched a lusty tone, but oh, alas! I found that I was singing there alone. They laughed a little, I am told, but I had done my best, and not a wave of trouble rolled across my peaceful breast. And Sister Brown, I could but look, she sits right front of me. She never was no singing book, and never went to be. But then she always tried to do the best she could, she said. She understood the time right through, and kept it with her head. But when she tried this morning, oh, I had to laugh or cough. It kept her head a bobbin' so, it e'en a'most come off. And Deacon Tubbs, he all broke down, as one might well suppose. He took one look at Sister Brown, and meekly scratched his nose. He looked his hymn book through and through, and laid it on the seat, and then a pensive sigh he drew, and looked completely beat. And when they took another bout, He didn't even rise, but drawed his red bandana out, and wiped his weeping eyes. "I've been a sister, good and true, for 35 year. I've done what seemed my part to do, and prayed my duty clear. But death will stop my voice, I know, for he is on my track, and some day I'll to meetin' go, and never more come back. And when the folks get up to sing, whenever that time shall be, I do not want no patent thing a squealing over me." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Tonus ad resto mare. O Mary, heave a sigh for me. By Jonathan Swift. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao. Tonus ad resto mare. O mare eva si forne uri toni tru, iam bicum asamandum olet hymen promptu, mihi is vetas annese, as humano erebi, olet mecum marito te, or eta beta p. Alas, plano mor meratrix, mi ado ve uno, inferiam ure artis base, tolerat me urebo. A me ve ara silicet, vi laudivimin thus? Hiatus acerandum sex, illuc ionicus. Hio sed hio vix en imago, mimesis mare sta. O cantu redit in mihi, hibernas arida. Averi rafer herisi, mihi resolves indu. Totius olet hymen cum, accepta tonitru. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Irishman and the Lady by William Maginn, from the World's Best Poetry Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Tomas Peter. The Irishman and the Lady. There was a lady lived at Leith, a lady very stylish, man, and yet, in spite of all her teeth, she fell in love with an Irishman, a nasty, ugly Irishman, a wild, tremendous Irishman, a tearing, swearing, thumping, bumping, ranting, roaring Irishman. His face was no ways beautiful, for with smallpox 'twas scarred across, and the shoulders of the ugly dog were almost double a yard across. Oh, the lump of an Irishman, the whiskey-devouring Irishman, the great hero with his wonderful brogue, the fighting, rioting Irishman. One of his eyes was bottle green, and the other eye was out, my dear, and the calves of his wicked-looking legs were more than 2 feet about, my dear. Oh, the great big Irishman, the rattling, battling Irishman, the stamping, ramping, swaggering, staggering, leathering swash of an Irishman. He took so much of Lundyfoot that he used to snort and snuffle. Oh, and in shape and size the fellow's neck was as bad as the neck of a buffalo. Oh, the horrible Irishman, the thundering, blundering Irishman, the slashing, dashing, smashing, lashing, thrashing, hashing Irishman. His name was a terrible name indeed, being Timothy Thady Mulligan, and whenever he emptied his tumbler of punch, he'd not rest till he filled it full again. The boozing, bruising Irishman, the toxicated Irishman, the whisky, frisky, rummy, gummy, brandy, no dandy Irishman. This was the lad the lady loved, like all the girls of quality, and he broke the skulls of the men of Leith, just by the way of jollity. Oh, the leathering Irishman, the barbarous, savage Irishman, the hearts of the maids and the gentlemen's heads were bothered, I'm sure, by this Irishman. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Recruit by Robert William Chambers, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by phone as the narrator.
And Tomas Peter as Corporal Madden.
The Recruit. Says Corporal Madden to Private McFadden.
Bedad, you're a bad un. Now turn out your doors. Your belt is unhooked. Your cap is uncrooked. Ye may not be drunk, but be jabbers ye look it. 1, 2, 1, 2. Ye monkey-faced divil, I'll jolly ye through. 1, 2. Time. Mark. Ye march like the eagle in Central Park.
Says Corporal Madden to Private McFadden.
Saint it would sadden to drill such a mug. Eyes front, ye baboon ye. Chin up, ye gossoon ye. Ye've jaws like a goat. Halt, ye leather-lipped loon ye. 1, 2. 1, 2. Ye whiskered orangutan, I'll fix ye. 1, 2. Time, mark. Ye've eyes like a bat. Can ye see in the dark?
Says Corporal Madden to Private McFadden.
Your figure once pattern. Sure, man, you've no shape. Behind ye your shoulders stick out like 2 boulders. Your shins is as thin as a pair of penholders. 1, 2. 1, 2. Your belly belongs on your back, ye Jew. 1, 2. Time. Mark. I'm dry as a dog. I can't spake, but I bark.
Says Corporal Madden to Private McFadden.
Me heart it'd gladden to blacken your eye. Ye're getting too bold, ye compel me to scold ye. 'Tis halt that I say. Will ye heed what I told ye? 1, 2. 1, 2. Be jabbers, I'm drier than Brian Boru. 1, 2. Time, mark. What's work for chickens is sport for the lark.
Says Corporal Madden to Private McFadden.
I'll not stay a-gadding with dagos like you. I'll travel no farther. I'm dying for water. Come on if you like. Can you loan me a quarter? Yes, you. What? 2? And you'll pay the poteen. You're a daisy. Whoo! You'll do. Whist. Mark. The regiment's flattered to own ye, Miss Spark.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ritter Hugo by Charles Godfrey Leland, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator.
Phone as the mermaid.
And Jason in Canada as Ritter Hugo.
Ritter Hugo. Der noble Ritter Hugo von Schwillen-Sanfenstein rode out mit Speer und Helmet, und he come to the banks of the Rhine. Und up there rose a mermaid, what hadn't got noddings on, und she say,
Oh, Ritter Hugo, where you goes mit yourself alone?
und he says,
I ride in the greenwood mit Helmet and mit Speer, till I comes into ein Gasthaus, und there I drinks some beer.
und then outspoke the maiden, what hadn't got noddings on,
I don't think much of peoples that goes mit themselves alone. You'd better come down in the Wasser, where there's heaps of things to see, and have a splendid dinner, and travel along mit me. There you sees the fish are swimming, and you catches them every one.
so sang this Wassermaiden, what hadn't got noddings on.
There is drunks all full mit money, in ships that went down of old, and you helps yourself by dunder, to shimmering crowns of gold. Just look at these spoons and watches, just look at these diamond rings. Come down and fill your buckets, and I'll kiss you like everythings. What you want mit your schnapps and your lager? Come down into der Rhein. Der ist Bottels der Kaiser Charlemagne, wun's füllt mit goldred Wein.
That fetched him. He stood all spellbound. She pulled his coat-tails down. She drawed him under the Wasser, dismayed mit noddings on. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hans Breitmann's Party by Charles Godfrey Leland, from the World's Best Poetry Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Tomas Peter. Hans Breitmann's Party. Hans Breitmann gif a party. They had piano playing. I fell in love mit American Frau. Her name was Matilda Jane. She had hair as brown as a pretzel. Her eyes was himmelblue. Und when they looked into mine, they split mine heart in two. Hans Breitmann gif a party. I went there, you'll be pound. I waltzed mit Matilda Jane und went spinning round und round. The pootiest Fraulein in the house, she weighed about 200 pound, und every time she give a shump, she make the windows sound. Hans Breitmann give a party. I tells you it cost him dear. They rolled in more as 7 kegs of first-rate lager beer. Und whenever they knocks the spigot in, the Deutschers gives a cheer. I thinks that so fine a party never come to a head this year. Hans Breitmann give a party. There all was sauce and braus. When the super comed in, the company did make themselves the house. They ate das Brot und Gänsebrust, the Bratwurst und Bratenwein, und wasch der Abendessen down mit 4 barrels of Neckarwein. Hans Breitmann give a party. We all caught drunk as pigs. I put mine mouth to a barrel of beer, und emptied it up mit a Schwix. Und then I kissed Matilda Jane, und she slog me on the cop, und the company fitted me dapple legs, till the constable made us stop. Hans Breitmann give a party. Where is that party now? Where is the lovely golden cloud that float on the mountain's brow? Where is the himmelstrahlende Stern, the star of the spirit's light? All gone the fame mit the lager beer, a fay in the Ewigkeit. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Little Jakob Strauss by Charles Follen Adams, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao. I have von funny little boy, von comes just to mine knee, der queerest chap, der createst rogue, as ever you did see. He runs, und shumps, und schmasses things in all parts of their house. But what of that? He was mein son, mein little Jakob Strauss. He get their measles, und their mums, und everything dots out. He spills mein glass of lagerbier, puts snoof indo mein Kraut. He fills mein pipe mit Limburg cheese, dot was der roughest chouse. I take dot from no other boy, but little Jakob Strauss. He takes der Milkbahn for a drum, und cuts mein cane in two, to make der sticks to beat it mit. Mein gracious, dot was true. He thinks mein head was schlipped apart. He kicks up such a house. But never mind, der Pois was few, like dot young Jakob Strauss. He asked me questions such as those. Who paints my nose so red? Who was it cut the schmutz blass out from the hair upon mine head? Und wer der Plas goes from der lamp, when der glim I douse? How can I all those things explain? to dot schmoll Jakob Strauß. I sometimes think I shall go wild mit such a crazy boy, und wish once more I could have rest, und peaceful times enjoy. But when he was asleep in bed, so quiet as a mouse, I praise the Lord. Take anythings, but leave not Jakob Strauß. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
That Long-Handled Dipper by Charles Follen Adams. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Dot Long-Handled Dipper. The poet may sing of the old oaken bucket, und in sweetest language its virtues may tell, und how, when a boy, he mit ecstasy dug it, when dripping mit coolness it rose from the well. I don't take some stock in dot manner of drinking. It was too much like horses and cattle, I think. There was more satisfactions, in my way of thinking, mit dot long-handled dipper that hangs by the sink. How sweet from the green mossy brim to receive it! That would sound putty good, if it only was true. The water spills over, you better believe it, and runs down your sleeve and slops into your shoe. Then down on your nose comes that old iron handle, und makes your eyes water so quick as a wink. I tells you dot bucket don't hold a candle to that long-handled dipper dot hangs by the sink. How nice it must been in the rough winter weather, when it settles right down to a cold freezing rain, to have that rope come up so light as a feather, und find that the bucket was broke off the chain. Then down in the well mit a pole you go fishin', while into your back comes an old-fashioned kink. I bet you mine life all the time you was wishing for that long-handled dipper that hangs by the sink. How handy it was just to turn on the faucet, where the water flows down from the spring on the hill. I just was the sharp dot will always endorse it, especially nights when the weather was chill. When Pfeiffer's old well mit the snow was all covered, und he wades through the snowdrift to get him a drink, I slips from the hearth where the chiltern was hovered, to that long-handled dipper that hangs by the sink. Then give up the buckets and pails to the horses, of microbes and tadpoles, just give them their fill. Give me that pure water that all the time courses to those pipes that run down from the spring on the hill. And if the good things of this world I gets rich in, and friends all around me their glasses shall clink, I still will remember that old country kitchen, and that long-handled dipper that hangs by the sink. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Jackdaw of Reims by Richard Harris Barham, Thomas Inglesby, Esquire. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
Lian Yao as the jackdaw,
Tomas Peter as the priests,
and Jason in Canada as the abbot.
The Jackdaw of Reims. The jackdaw sat on the cardinal's chair, bishop and abbot and prior were there, many a monk and many a friar, many a knight and many a squire, with a great many more of lesser degree, in sooth a goodly company, and they served the Lord Primate on bended knee. Never, I ween, was a prouder scene, read of in books or dreamt of in dreams, than the Cardinal Lord Archbishop of Reims. In and out through the motley rout that little jackdaw kept hopping about, here and there like a dog in a fair, over comfits and cates, and dishes and plates, cowl and cope, and rochet and pall, mitre and crozier, he hopped upon all. With a saucy air he perched on the chair, where in state the great Lord Cardinal sat, in the great Lord Cardinal's great red hat, and he peered in the face of his lordship's grace with a satisfied look, as if he would say,
"We two are the greatest folks here today."
And the priests with awe, as such freaks they saw, said,
"The devil must be in that little jackdaw."
The feast was over, the board was cleared, the flauns and the custards had all disappeared, and 6 little singing boys, dear little souls, in nice clean faces and nice white stoles, came in order due, 2 by 2, marching that grand refectory through. A nice little boy held a golden ewer, embossed and filled with water as pure as any that flows between Rheims and Namur, which a nice little boy stood ready to catch in a fine golden hand basin made to match. 2 nice little boys, rather more grown, carried lavender water and eau de Cologne, and a nice little boy had a nice cake of soap, worthy of washing the hands of the Pope. 1 little boy more a napkin bore, of the best white diaper fringed with pink, and a cardinal's hat marked in permanent ink. The great Lord Cardinal turns at the sight of these nice little boys dressed all in white. From his finger he draws his costly turquoise, and not thinking at all about little jackdaws, deposits it straight by the side of his plate, while the nice little boys on his eminence wait, till when nobody's dreaming of any such thing, that little jackdaw hops off with the ring. There's a cry and a shout, and a deuce of a rout, and nobody seems to know what they're about, but the monks have their pockets all turned inside out, the friars are kneeling, and hunting and feeling, the carpet, the floor, and the walls, and the ceiling. The cardinal drew off each plum-coloured shoe, and left his red stockings exposed to the view. He peeps and he feels in the toes and the heels. They turn up the dishes, they turn up the plates, they take up the poker and poke out the grates. They turn up the rugs, they examine the mugs, but no such thing. They can't find the ring. And the abbot declared that
when nobody twigged it, some rascal or other had popped in and prigged it.
The cardinal rose with a dignified look. He called for his candle, his bell, and his book. In holy anger and pious grief, he solemnly cursed that rascally thief. He cursed him at board, he cursed him in bed, from the sole of his foot to the crown of his head. He cursed him in sleeping, that every night he should dream of the devil, and wake in a fright. He cursed him in eating, he cursed him in drinking, he cursed him in coughing, in sneezing, in winking. He cursed him in sitting, in standing, in lying, he cursed him in walking, in riding, in flying. He cursed him living, he cursed him dying, never was heard such a terrible curse. But what gave rise to no little surprise, nobody seemed 1 penny the worse. The day was gone, the night came on, the monks and the friars they searched till dawn, when the sacristan saw, on crumpled claw, come limping a poor little lame jackdaw. No longer gay, as on yesterday, his feathers all seemed to be turned the wrong way, his pinions drooped, he could hardly stand, his head was as bald as the palm of your hand, his eyes so dim, so wasted each limb, that heedless of grammar they all cried,
"That's him! That's the scamp that has done this scandalous thing! That's the thief that has got my Lord Cardinal's ring!"
The poor little jackdaw, when the monks he saw, feebly gave vent to the ghost of a caw, and turned his bald head as much as to say,
"Pray be so good as to walk this way."
Slower and slower he limped on before, till they came to the back of the belfry door, where the first thing they saw, midst the sticks and the straw, was the ring in the nest of that little jackdaw. Then the great Lord Cardinal called for his book, and off that terrible curse he took. The mute expression served in lieu of confession, and being thus coupled with full restitution, the jackdaw got plenary absolution. When those words were heard, that poor little bird Was so changed in a moment, 'twas really absurd. He grew sleek and fat; in addition to that, A fresh crop of feathers came thick as a mat. His tail waggled more even than before, But no longer it wagged with an impudent air, No longer he perched on the cardinal's chair. He hopped now about with a gait devout; At matins, at vespers, he never was out; And so far from any more pilfering deeds, He always seemed telling the confessor's beads. If any one lied, or if any one swore, Or slumbered in prayer time and happened to snore, That good jackdaw would give a great
Caw!
as much as to say,
Don't do so any more.
While many remarked, as his manners they saw, That they
never had known such a pious jackdaw.
He long lived the pride of that country side, And at last in the odour of sanctity died, When, as words were too faint His merits to paint, The conclave determined to make him a saint. And on newly made saints and popes, as you know, It is the custom of Rome new names to bestow, So they canonized him by the name of Jem Crow. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
American. From A Fable for Critics by James Russell Lowell. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9. Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian Yao. American. There are truths you Americans need to be told, and it never will refute him to swagger and scold. John Bull, looking o'er the Atlantic, in choler, at your aptness for trade, says you worship the dollar. But to scorn a dollar tries what very few do, and John goes to that church as often as you do. No matter what John says, don't try to outcrow him. 'Tis enough to go quietly on and outgrow him. Like most fathers, Bull hates to see number one displacing himself in the mind of his son, and detests the same faults in himself he'd neglected, when he sees them again in his child's glass reflected. To love one another, you're too like by half. If he is a bull, you're a pretty stout calf. And tear your own pasture for naught but to show what a nice pair of horns you're beginning to grow. There are one or two things I should just like to hint, for you don't often get the truth told you in print. The most of you, this is what strikes all beholders, have a mental and physical stoop in the shoulders. Though you ought to be free as the winds and the waves, you've the gait and the manner of runaway slaves. Though you brag of your new world, you don't half believe in it, and as much of the old as is possible weave in it. Your goddess of freedom, a tight, buxom girl, with lips like a cherry and teeth like a pearl, with eyes bold as Harry's, and hair floating free, and full of the sun as the spray of the sea. Who can sing at a husking or romp at a shearing, who can trip through the forests alone without fearing, who can drive home the cows with a song through the grass, keeps glancing aside into Europe's cracked glass, hides her red hands and gloves, pinches up her lithe waist, and makes herself wretched with transmarine taste. She loses her fresh country charm when she takes any mirror except her own rivers and lakes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
What Mr. Robinson Thinks, from the Biglow Papers, No. 3, by James Russell Lowell. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. What Mr. Robinson Thinks, from the Biglow Papers, No. 3.
Governor B is a sensible man. He stays to his home and looks after his folks. He draws his furrow as straight as he can, and into nobody's tater patch pokes. But John P. Robinson, he says he won't vote for Governor B. My, ain't it terrible? What shall we do? We can't never choose him, of course, that's flat. Guess we shall have to come round, don't you? And go in for thunder and guns and all that. For John P. Robinson, he says he won't vote for Governor B. General C. is a dreadful smart man. He's been on all sides that give places or pelf, but consistency still was a part of his plan. He's been true to one party, and that is himself. Sir John P. Robinson he says he shall vote for General C. General C has gone in for the war. He don't value principle more than an old cud. What did God make us rational creatures for? But glory and gunpowder, plunder and blood. So John P. Robinson he says he shall vote for General C. We were getting on nicely up here to our village, with good old ideas of what's right and what ain't. We kind of thought Christ went agin war and pillage, and that epaulets weren't the best mark of a saint. But John P. Robinson he says this kind of thing is an exploded idea. The side of our country must always be took, and President Polk, you know, he is our country, and the angel that writes all our sins in a book puts the debit to him and to us, the per country. And John P. Robinson he says this is his view of the things to a T. Parson Wilbur he calls all these arguments lies, says they're nothing on earth but just fee for fum, and that all this big talk of our destinies is half of it ignorance and t'other half rum. But John P. Robinson he says it ain't no such thing, and of course so must we. Parson Wilbur says he never heard in his life that the apostles rigged out in their swallowtail coats and marched round in front of a drum and a fife to get some on 'em office and some on 'em votes. But John P. Robinson he says they didn't know anything down in Judee. Well, it's a marcy we've got folks to tell us the rights and the wrongs of these matters, I vow. God sends country lawyers and otherwise fellers to drive the world's team when it gets in a slow. For John P. Robinson he says the world will go right if he hollers out Gee.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Swell's Soliloquy by Anonymous. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Tomas Peter. Swell's Soliloquy. I don't approve this Howard war. Those dreadful banners halt my eyes, and guns and drums are such a bore. Why don't the parties compromise? Of course, the toilet has its charms, but why must all the vulgar crowd persist in spouting uniforms in colours so extremely loud? And then the ladies, precious dears, I mark the change on every brow. By Jove, I really have my fears, they water like the Howard War. To hear the charming creatures talk, like patrons of the bloody wing, of war and all its dowdy walk, it doesn't seem a proper thing. I called at Mrs. Green's last night to see her niece, Miss Mary Hertz, and found her making, crushing sight, the wettest kind of flannel shirts. Of course I rose and sought the door, with fire flashing from my eyes. I can't approve this Howard war. Why don't the parties compromise? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Compliment by Eugene Field, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin as Charlie
and Leanne Yao as Sue.
The Compliment. Arrayed in snow-white pants and vest, and other raiments fair to view, I stood before my sweetheart Sue, the charming creature I love best. Tell me, and does my costume suit? I asked that apple of my eye. And then the charmer made reply,
Oh yes, you do look awful cute.
Although I frequently had heard my sweetheart vent her pleasure so, I must confess I did not know the meaning of that favourite word. But presently, at window side, we stood and watched the passing throng, and soon a donkey passed along, with ears like wings extended wide, and gazing at the doleful brute, my sweetheart gave a merry cry. I quoth her language with a sigh.
Oh, Charlie, ain't he awful cute? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Nantucket Skipper by James Thomas Fields, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Canada as the narrator,
Tomas Peter as Jotham Marden,
And Craig Franklin as the Nantucket Skipper.
The Nantucket Skipper. Many a long, long year ago, Nantucket skippers had a plan of finding out, though lying low, how near New York their schooners ran. They greased the lead before it fell, and then by sounding through the night, knowing the soil that stuck so well, they always guessed their reckoning right. A skipper gray, whose eyes were dim, could tell by tasting just the spot, and so below he'd douse the glim, after, of course, his something hot. Snug in his berth at 8 o'clock, this ancient skipper might be found. No matter how his craft would rock, he slept, for skippers' naps are sound. The watch on deck would now and then run down and wake him with the lead. He'd up and haste, and tell the men how many miles they went ahead. One night 'twas Jotham Marden's watch, a curious wag, the pedlar's son, and so he mused, the wanton wretch.
"Tonight I'll have a grain of fun. We're all a set of stupid fools to think the skipper knows, by tasting, what ground he's on. Nantucket schools don't teach such stuff, with all their basting."
And so he took the well-greased lead, and rubbed it o'er a box of earth that stood on deck, a parsnip bed, and then he sought the skipper's berth.
"Where are we now, sir? Please to taste."
The skipper yawned, put out his tongue, opened his eyes in wondrous haste, and then upon the floor he sprung. The skipper stormed and tore his hair, hauled on his boots, and roared to Marden,
Nantucket sunk, and here we are, right over old Mom Hackett's garden.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The One Hoss Shay, or The Deacon's Masterpiece, A Logical Story, by Oliver Wendell Holmes, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org, by phone as the narrator,
Tomas Peter as the deacon,
And Jason in Canada as the parson.
The One Hoss Shay, or The Deacon's Masterpiece, A Logical Story. Have you heard of the wonderful one-hoss shay that was built in such a logical way it ran 100 years to a day? And then of a sudden but stay, I'll tell you what happened without delay. Scaring the parson into fits, frightening people out of their wits. Have you ever heard of that, I say? 1755. Georgius Secundus was then alive, snuffy old drone from the German hive. That was the year when Lisbon town saw the earth open and gulp her down, and Braddock's army was done so brown, left without a scalp to its crown. It was on the terrible earthquake day that the deacon finished the one-hoss shay. Now in the building of chaises, I tell you what, there is always somewhere a weakest spot. In hub, tire, felloe, in spring or thill, in panel or crossbar or floor or sill, in screw, bolt, thoroughbrace, lurking still, find it somewhere you must and will. Above or below, or within or without, and that's the reason, beyond a doubt, a chaise breaks down, but doesn't wear out. But the deacon swore, as deacons do, with an
"I do 'em,
or an
I tell you."
he would build one chaise to beat the town and the county of all the country round. It should be so built that it couldn't break down,
"For
said the deacon.
it's mighty plain that the weakest place must stand the strain. The way to fix it, as I maintain, is only just to make that place as strong as the rest."
So the deacon inquired of the village folk where he could find the strongest oak that couldn't be split nor bent nor broke. That was for spokes and doors and sills. He sent for lancewood to make the thills. The crossbars were ash from the straightest trees, the panels of whitewood that cuts like cheese but lasts like iron for things like these. The hubs of logs from the settler's ellum, last of its timber, they couldn't sell 'em. Never an axe had seen their chips, and the wedges flew from between their lips, their blunt ends frizzled like celery tips. Step and prop iron, bolt and screw, spring, tire, axle, and linchpin too, steel of the finest, bright and blue. Thoroughbrace bison skin, thick and white, boot top dasher from tough old hide, found in the pit when the tanner died. That was the way he put her through.
"There,"
said the deacon.
"now she'll do."
Do, I tell you, I rather guess she was a wonder and nothing less. Cold screw horses, beards turned grey, deacon and deaconess dropped away. Children and grandchildren, where were they? But there stood the stout old one-hoss shay, as fresh as on Lisbon earthquake day. 1800, it came and found the deacon's masterpiece strong and sound. 1800 increased by 10, handsome carriage they called it then. 1820 came, running as usual, much the same. 30 and 40 at last arrive, and then came 50 and 55. Little of all we value here wakes on the morn of its 100th year, without both feeling and looking queer. In fact, there's nothing that keeps its youth, so far as I know, but a tree and truth. This is a moral that runs at large. Take it. You're welcome. No extra charge. 1st of November, the earthquake day. There are traces of age in the one-hoss shay. A general flavour of mild decay, but nothing local, as one may say. There couldn't be, for the deacon's art had made it so like in every part that there wasn't a chance for one to start. For the wheels were just as strong as the thills, and the floor was just as strong as the sills, and the panels just as strong as the floor, and the whippletree neither less nor more, and the back crossbar as strong as the fore, and spring and axle and hub encore. And yet, as a whole, it is past doubt, in another hour, it will be worn out. 1st of November, 55, this morning the parson takes a drive. Now, small boys, get out of the way, here comes the wonderful one-hoss shay, drawn by a rat-tailed, ewe-necked bay.
"Hood up,"
said the parson. Off went they. The parson was working his Sunday's text, had got to fifthly, and stopped perplexed at what the Moses was coming next. All at once the horse stood still, close by the meeting-house on the hill. First a shiver, and then a thrill, then something decidedly like a spill. And the parson was sitting upon a rock, at 9:30 by the meeting-house clock, just the hour of the earthquake shock. What do you think the parson found when he got up and stared around? The poor old chaise in a heap or mound, as if it had been to the mill and ground. You see, of course, if you're not a dunce, how it went to pieces all at once, and nothing first, just as bubbles do when they burst. End of the wonderful one-hoss shay. Logic is logic. That's all I say. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Grigsby Station by James Whitcomb Riley. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Grigsby Station. Pap's got his patent right, and rich as all creation. But where's the peace and comfort that we all had before? Let's go a-visiting back to Grigsby Station. Back where we used to be so happy and so poor. The likes of us are living here. It's just a mortal pity to see us in this great big house with carpets on the stairs and the pump right in the kitchen and the city, and nothing but the city all around us everywheres. Climb clean above the roof and look from the steeple, and never see a robin nor a beech or elm tree. And right here in earshot of at least 1,000 people, and none that neighbours with us or we want to go and see. Let's go a-visiting back to Grigsby Station, back where the latch strings are hanging from the door, and every neighbour round the place is dear as a relation, back where we used to be so happy and so poor. I want to see the Wigginses, the whole kit and billing, a-driving up from Shallerford to stay the Sunday through, and I want to see 'em itching at their son-in-laws and pilling out there at Lizzie Ellen's like they used to do. I want to see the peace quilts that Jones's girls is making, and I want to pester Laurie about their freckled hired hand, and joke her about the widower she came pert night a-taking, till her Gap got his pension load in time to save his land. Let's go a-visiting back to Grigsby Station, back where there's nothing aggravating any more. Shet away safe in the woods around the old location, back where we used to be so happy and so poor. I want to see Marindy and help her with her sewing, and hear her talk so loving of her man that's dead and gone, and stand up with Emmanuel to show me how he's growing, and smile as I have saw her 'fore she put her mourning on. And I want to see the samples on the old lower 80, where John, our oldest boy, he was took and buried, for his own sake and Katie's, and I want to cry with Katie as she reads all his letters over writ from the war. What's all this grand life and high situation, and nary pink nor hollyhock blooming at the door? Let's go a-visiting back to Grigsby Station, back where we used to be so happy and so poor. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
He'd Had No Show by Sam Walter Foss. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator.
Craig Franklin as Joe Beale.
And Phone as Piper.
He'd had no show. Joe Beale'd sat upon a keg down to the grocery store and throw one leg right over the other leg, and swear he'd never had no show.
"Ah, no,"
said Joe,
"hain't had no show."
and shift his quid to the other jaw, and chaw and chaw and chaw and chaw. He said he got no start in life, didn't get no money from his dad, the washin' took in by his wife, and all the funds he ever had.
"Oh, no,"
said Joe,
"hain't had no show."
and then he'd look up at the clock, and talk and talk and talk and talk.
"I've waited 20 year, let's see. Yes, 24 never struck, although I've sat round patiently. The first tarnation streak o' luck, ah, no,"
said Joe,
"hain't had no show."
then stuck like mucilage to the spot, and sot and sot and sot and sot.
"I've come down regular every day for 20 years to Piper's store. I've sat here in a patient way. Say, hain't I, Piper?"
Piper swore.
I tell you, Joe, yer hain't no show. You're too dern patient.
The whole raft just laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Mystified Quaker in New York by Anonymous. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Tomas Peter as the Quaker,
Lian Yao as the youth,
Jason in Canada as the Jehu,
And Sonia as the crowd.
The Mystified Quaker in New York. Respected wife, by these few lines my whereabouts thee'll learn. Moreover, I impart to thee my serious concern. The language of this people is a riddle unto me, for words with them are figments of a reckless mockery. For instance, as I left the cars, a youth with smutty face said,
shine.
Nay, I'll not shine, I said, except with inward grace.
What's inward grace?
Said this young Turk.
A liquid or a paste. Hi, Daddy. How does the old thing work?
I then said to a Jehu, whose breath suggested gin, Friend, can they take me to a reputable inn? But this man's gross irrelevance I shall not soon forget. Instead of simply yea or nay, he gruffly said,
You bet.
Nay, nay, I will not bet, I said, for that would be a sin. Why dost not answer plainly? Can they take me to an inn? Thy vehicle is doubtless made to carry folks about in. Why then prevaricate? Said he.
Aha, well now you're shouting.
I did not shout, I said. My friend, surely my speech is mild, but thine, I grieve to say it, with falsehood is defiled. Thee ought to be admonished to rid thy heart of guile.
Look here, my lovely moke,
said he.
You sling on too much style.
I've had these plain drab garments 20 years or more, said I. And when thee says I sling on style, thee tells a wilful lie. With that he pranced about as though a bee were in his bonnet, and with hostile demonstrations inquired if I was
on it.
On what? Till thee explain, I cannot tell, I said. But he swore that something was
too thin.
Moreover, it was
played.
But all his antics were surpassed in wild absurdity by threats, profanely emphasized, to
put a head
on me. No son of Belial, I said, that miracle can do. With that he fell upon me with blows and curses too, but failed to work that miracle, if such was his design. Instead of putting on a head, he strove to smite off mine. Thee knows that I profess the peaceful precepts of our sect, but this man's axe worked on me to a curious effect, and when he knocked my broad brim off and said,
How's that for high?
It roused the Adam in me, and I smote him hip and thigh. This was a signal for the crowd, for calumny broke loose. They said I'd
snatched him bald-headed,
and likewise
cooked his goose.
But yet I do affirm that I had not pulled his hair, nor had I cooked his poultry, for he had no poultry there. They called me
bully boy,
though I have seen full 80 year, and they said that I was
lightning when I got upon my ear.
And when I asked if lightning climbed its ear and dressed in drab,
You know how 'tis yourself,
said one insolent young blab. So I left them in disgust. Plain-spoken men like me, with such perverters of our tongue, can have no unity. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To the Sextant by Arabelle N. Wilson. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. To the Sextant. O sextant of the meeting house, which sweeps and dusts, or is supposed to, and makes fires, and lights the gas, and sometimes leaves a screw loose, in which case it smells awful, worse than lamp oil, and rings the bell, and tolls it when men dies, to the grief of surviving partners, and sweeps paths, and for the services gets $100 per annum, which them that thinks dear, let him try it, getting up before starlight in all weathers, and kindling fires when the weather is as cold as 0, and like as not green wood for kindling, I wouldn't be hired to do it for no sum. But O sextant, there are one commodity which is more than gold, which don't cost nothing, worth more than anything except the soul of man. I mean pure R, sextant, I mean pure R. Oh, it is plenty out of doors, so plenty it don't know what on earth to blew with itself, but flies about, scattering leaves and blowing off men's hats. In short, it's just as free as are outdoors, but oh sextant, in our church it's scarce as beauty, scarce as bank bills, when against begs for missions, which some say is purty often. 'Tain't nothing to me, what I give ain't nothing to nobody, but oh sextant, you shet 500 men, women and children, specially the latter, up in a tight place, and every one on 'em breathes in and out and in, say 15 times a minute, or 1,500,000 breaths an hour. Now how long will a church full of our last at that rate? I ask you, say 15 minutes, and then what's to be did? Why then, they must breathe it all over again, and then again, and so on till each has took it down at least 10 times, and let it up again, and what's more, the same individual don't have the privilege of breathing his own air, and no one else. Each one must take whatever comes to him. Oh, sextant, don't you know our lungs is belluses, to blow the fire of life, and keep it from going out? And how can belluses blow without wind? And ain't wind air? I put it to your conscience. Air is the same to us as milk to babies, or water is to fish, or pendulums to clocks, or roots and herbs unto an Injun doctor, or little pills unto an ompath, or boys to girls. Air is for us to breath. What signifies who preaches if I can't breath? What's pull? What's pull us to sinners who are dead? Dead is for want of breath. Why, sextant, when we die, it's only 'cause we can't breath no more, that's all. And now, oh sextant, let me beg of you to let a little R into our church. Pure R is certain proper for the pews, and do it weekdays and Sunday too. It ain't much trouble, only make a hole, and the R will come of itself. It loves to come in where it can get warm. And oh, how it will rouse the people up, and spirit up the preacher, and stop garps, and jawns and figgots, as effectual as wind on the dry bones the prophet tells of. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Jim Blodso of the Prairie Belle, Pike County Ballads, by John Hay, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org, by Sonia as the narrator,
and Craig Franklin as Jim Blodso.
Jim Blodso of the Prairie Belle, Pike County Ballads. Well, no, I can't tell where he lives, because he don't live, you see. Leastways, he's got out of the habit of livin' like you and me. Where have you been for the last 3 year that you haven't heard folks tell how Jimmy Blodso passed in his checks the night of the Prairie Belle? He weren't no saint. Them engineers is all pretty much alike. One wife in Natchez under the Hill, and another one here in Pike. A careless man in his talk was Jim, and an awkward hand in a row, but he never flunked, and he never lied. I reckon he never knowed how. And this was all the religion he had, to treat his engine well, never be passed on the river, to mind the pilot's bell, and if ever the Prairie Belle took fire, 1,000 times he swore he'd hold her nozzle again the bank till the last soul got ashore. All boats has their day on the Mississip, and her day come at last. The Mover Star was a better boat, but the Belle she wouldn't be passed, and so she come tearing along that night, the oldest craft on the line, with a nigger squat on her safety valve, and her furnace cramped rosin and pine. The fire bust out as she cleared the bar, and burned a hole in the night, and quick as a flash she turned, and made for that willer bank on the right. There was running and cursin', but Jim yelled out over all the infernal roar,
"I'll hold her nuzzle agin the bank till the last galoot's ashore."
Through the hot black breath of the burning boat, Jim Bludso's voice was heard, and they all had trust in his cussedness, and knowed he would keep his word. And sure as you're born, they all got off afore the smokestacks fell, and Bludso's ghost went up alone in the smoke of the Prairie Belle. He weren't no saint, but at judgment I'd run my chance with Jim 'longside of some pious gentleman that wouldn't shook hands with him. He seen his duty, a dead sure thing, and went for it there and then, and Christ ain't a-going to be too hard on a man that died for men. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To the Pliocene Skull, A Geological Address, by Bret Harte, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org, by Tomas Peter as the narrator.
Phone as the daily paper,
And Craig Franklin as the skull.
To the Pliocene Skull, A Geological Address.
A human skull has been found in California in the Pliocene Formation. This skull is the remnant not only of the earliest pioneer of this state, but the oldest known human being. The skull was found in a shaft 150 feet deep, 2 miles from Angels in Calaveras County, by a miner named James Matson, who gave it to Mr. Scribner, a merchant, and he gave it to Dr. Jones, who sent it to the State Geological Survey. The published volume of the State Survey on the Geology of California states that the man existed contemporaneously with the mastodon, but this puzzle proves that he was here before the mastodon was known to exist. Daily paper.
Speak, O man, less recent, fragmentary fossil, primal pioneer of Pliocene formation, hid in lowest drifts below the earliest stratum of volcanic tufa. Older than the beasts, the oldest Paleotherium, older than the trees, the oldest cryptogamia, older than the hills, those infantile eruptions of Earth's epidermis. Io, Mio, Plio, whatsoever the scene was, that those vacant sockets filled with awe and wonder, whether shores Devonian or Silurian beaches, tell us thy strange story. Or has the professor slightly antedated by some 1,000 years thy advent on this planet, giving thee an air that's somewhat better fitted for cold-blooded creatures? Wert thou true spectator of that mighty forest, when above thy head the stately sigillaria reared its column trunks in that remote and distant Carboniferous epoch? Tell us of that scene, the dim and watery woodland, songless, silent, hushed, with never bird or insect, veiled with spreading fronds, and screened with tall club mosses, like a podicea, when beside thee walked the solemn plesiosaurus, and around thee crept the festive ichthyosaurus, or from time to time above thee flew encircled cheerful pterodactyls. Tell us of thy food, those half-marine refections, crinoids on the shell, and brachiopods au naturel, cuttlefish to which the pieuvre of Victor Hugo seems a periwinkle. Speak, thou awful vestige of the earth's creation, solitary fragment of remains organic, tell the wondrous secrets of thy past existence. Speak, thou oldest primate. Even as I gazed, a thrill of the maxilla and a lateral movement of the condyloid process, with post-Pliocene sounds of healthy mastication, ground the teeth together. And from that imperfect dental exhibition, stained with expressed juices of the weed nicotian, came these hollow accents, blent with softer murmurs of expectoration.
Which my name is Bowers, in my crust was bursted, falling down a shaft in Calaveras County. But I'd take it kindly if you'd send the pieces home to old Missouri.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Little Britches, A Pike County View of Special Providence, by John Hay, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org, by phone as the narrator,
and Jason in Canada as Little Gabe.
Little Britches, A Pike County View of Special Providence. I don't go much on religion, I never ain't had no show, but I've got a middlin' tight grip, sir, on the handful of things I know. I don't pan out on the prophets and free will and that sort of thing, but believe in God and the angels, ever since one night last spring. I come into town with some turnips, and my little Gabe come along. No 4-year-old in the county could beat him for pretty and strong. Pert and chipper and sassy, always ready to swear and fight. And I'd learned him to chaw tobacco, just to keep his milk teeth white. The snow come down like a blanket, as I passed by Taggart's store. I went in for a jug of molasses, and left the team at the door. They scared at something and started. I heard one little squall, and hell to split o'er the prairie went the team, Little Britches and all. Hell to split over the prairie. I was almost froze with scare, but we rousted up some torches and searched for 'em far and near. At last we struck hosses and wagon, snowed under a soft white mound. Up sot dead beat, but of little Gabe no hide nor hair was found. And here all hope soured on me of my fellow critters' aid. I just flopped down on my marrow-bones, crotch deep in the snow, and prayed. By this the torches was played out, and me and Israel Parr went off for some wood to a sheepfold that he said was somewhere thar. We found it at last in a little shed where they shut up the lambs at night. We looked in and seen them huddled thar, so warm and sleepy and white. And thar sat Little Britches and chirped as pert as ever you see.
I want a jar of tobaccer, and that's what's the matter of me.
How did he get thar? Angels, he could never have walked in that storm. They just scooped down and toted him to where it was safe and warm. And they think that saving a little child and bringing him to his own is a darned sight better business than loafing around the throne. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Jim by Bret Harte, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Canada. Jim. Say there, perhaps some on you chaps might know Jim Wilde? Well, no offense, thar ain't no sense in gettin' riled. Jim was my chum up on the bar. That's why I come down from up thar lookin' for Jim. Thank ye, sir. You ain't of that crew, blessed if you are. Money? Not much, that ain't my kind. I ain't so much. Rum? I don't mind, seein' it's you. Well, this yer Jim, did you know him? Just about your size, same kind of eyes? Well, that is strange. Why, it's 2 years since he come here, sick for a change. Well, 'ere's to us, eh? The deuce, you say? Dead? That little cuss? What makes you star, you over there? Can't a man drop his glass in your shop, but must you rar? It wouldn't take derned much to break you in your bar. Dead! Poor little Jim! Why, there was me, Jones, and Bob Lee, Harry and Ben, no account men. Then to take him? Well, thar, good-bye. No more, sir. Eh? What's that you say? Why, dern it, show! No, yes! By Joe! Sold! Sold! Why, you limb, you ornery, dern old long-legged Jim! Bret Harte. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Banty Tim by John Hay, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. Banty Tim. Remarks of Sergeant Tillman Joy to the White Man's Committee of Spunky Point, Illinois. I reckon I get your drift, gents. Below the boy shan't stay. This is a white man's country. You're Democrats, you say. And whereas, and seein', and wherefore, the times being all at a gent, the nigger has got to mosey from the limits of Spunky Pint. Let's reason the thing a minute. I'm an old-fashioned Democrat too, though I laid my politics out of the way for to keep till the war was through. But I come back here allowin' to vote as I used to do, though it gravels me like the devil to train along o' sich fools as you. Now dog my cats if I can see, in all the light of the day, what you've got to do with the question if Tim shall go or stay. And further than that I give notice, if one of you touches the boy, he can check his trunks to a warmer clime than he'll find in Illinois. Why, blame your hearts, just hear me. You know that ungodly day when our left struck Vicksburg Heights, how ripped and torn and tattered we lay. When the rest retreated, I stayed behind, for reasons sufficient to me. With a rib caved in and a leg on a strike, I sprawled on that cursed glacis. Lord, how the hot sun went for us, and broiled and blistered and burned! How the rebel bullets whizzed round us, when a cuss in his death grip turned! Till along toward dusk I seen a thing I couldn't believe for a spell. That nigger, that Tim, was a-crawling to me through that fireproof, gilt-edged hell. The rebels seen him as quick as me, and the bullets buzzed like bees. But he jumped for me, and shouldered me, though a shot brought him once to his knees. But he staggered up, and packed me off, with a dozen stumbles and falls, till safe in our lines he drapped us both, his black hide riddled with balls. So, my gentle gazelles, thar's my answer, and here stays Banty Tim. He trumped death's ace from me that day, and I'm not goin' back on him. You may resolute till the cows come home, but if one of you touches the boy, he'll wrestle his hash tonight in hell, or my name's not Tillman Joy. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Dow's Flat by Bret Harte. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Dow's Flat. Dow's Flat, that's its name, and I reckon that you are a stranger, the same? Well, I thought it was true,
for their eyes and the man on the river as can't spot the place at first view. It was called after Dow, which the same was an S, and as to the how, that the thing came to pass, just tie up your horse to that buckeye and sit ye down here in the grass. You see this here Dow? He'd the worst kind of luck. He slipped up somehow on each thing that he struck. Why, if he'd straddle that fence rail, the damned thing'd get up and buck. He mined on the bar till he couldn't pay rates. He was smashed by a car when he tunneled with Bates, and right on top of his trouble came his wife and 5 kids from the States. It was rough, mighty rough, but the boys they stood by, and they brought him the stuff for a house on the sly, and the old woman, well, she did washing and took on when no one was nigh. But this year luck of Dow's was so powerful mean that the spring near his house dried right up on the green, and he sank 40 feet down for water, but nary a drop to be seen. Then the bar petted out, and the boys wouldn't stay, and the chills got about, and his wife fell away. But Dow and his well kept a pegging in his usual ridiculous way. One day, it was June, and a year ago jest, this Dow came at noon to his work like the rest, with a shovel and pick on his shoulder and a derringer hid in his breast. He goes to the well, and he stands on the brink and stops for a spell, just to listen and think. For the sun in his eyes, just like this, sir, you see, kinda make the cuss blink. His 2 ragged gals in the gulch were at play, and a gown that was Sal's kinda flapped on a bay. Not much for man to believe in, but his all, as I've heard the folks say. And it's a pert horse that you've got, ain't it now? What might be her cost? Eh? Oh, well then, Dow, let's see. Well, that 40-foot grave wasn't his, sir, that day anyhow. For a blow of his pick sort of caved in the side, and he looked and turned sick. Then he trembled and cried, for you see the dern cuss had struck. Water? Beg your pardon, young man, there you lied. It was gold in the quartz, and it rang all alike, and I reckon 5 orts was the worth of that strike. And that house with cupolas his'n, which the same isn't bad for a pike. That's why it's Dow's flat. And the thing of it is that he kinda got that through sheer contrariness. For 'twas water the Dan cuss was seeking, and his luck made him certain to miss. That's so, that's your way, to the left of yon tree. But a look here, say, won't you come up to tea? No? Well, then the next time you're passing, and ask after Dow, and that's me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Society upon the Stanislaus by Bret Harte, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Canada. The Society upon the Stanislaus. I reside at Table Mountain, and my name is Truthful James. I am not up to small deceit or any sinful games, and I'll tell in simple language what I know about the row that broke up our society upon the Stanislaus. But first I would remark that 'tis not a proper plan for any scientific gent to whale his fellow man, and if a member don't agree with his peculiar whim, to lay for that same member for to put a head on him. Now nothing could be finer or more beautiful to see than the first 6 months' proceedings of that same society, till Brown of Calaveras brought a lot of fossil bones that he found within a tunnel near the tenement of Jones. Then Brown he read a paper, and he reconstructed there from those same bones an animal that was extremely rare, and Jones then asked the chair for a suspension of the rules till he could prove that those same bones was one of his lost mules. Then Brown he smiled a bitter smile, and he said he was at fault. It seemed he had been trespassing on Jones's family vault. He was a most sarcastic man, this quiet Mr. Brown, and on several occasions he had cleaned out the town. Now I hold it is not decent for a scientific gent to say another is an ass, at least to all intent, nor should the individual who happens to be meant reply by heaving rocks at him to any great extent. Then Abner Dean of Angels raised a point of order, when a chunk of old red sandstone took him in the abdomen, and he smiled a kind of sickly smile, and curled upon the floor, and the subsequent proceedings interested him no more. For in less time than I could write it, every member did engage in a warfare with the remnants of a Paleozoic age, and the way they heaved those fossils in their anger was a sin, till the skull of an old mammoth caved the head of Thompson in. And this is all I have to say of these improper games, for I live at Table Mountain, and my name is Truthful James, and I've told in simple language what I know about the row that broke up our society upon the Stanislaw. Bret Harte. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Plain Language from Truthful James, popularly known as The Heathen Chinny, by Bret Harte, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao as the narrator,
and Craig Franklin as Bill Nye.
Plain Language from Truthful James, popularly known as The Heathen Chinny. Which I wish to remark, and my language is plain, that for ways that are dark and for tricks that are vain, the heathen Chinny is peculiar, which the same I would rise to explain. Sin was his name, and I shall not deny in regard to the same what that name might imply, but his smile it was pensive and childlike, as I frequent remarked to Bill Nye. It was August the 3rd, and quite soft was the skies, which it might be inferred that our sin was likewise, yet he played it that day upon William and me in a way I despise. Which we had a small game, and our sin took a hand. It was euchre. The same he did not understand, but he smiled as he sat by the table, with a smile that was childlike and bland. Yet the cards they were stocked in a way that I grieve, and my feelings were shocked at the state of Nye's sleeve, which was stuffed full of aces and bowers, and the same with intent to deceive. But the hands that were played by that heathen Chinny, and the points that he made, were quite frightful to see, till at last he put down a right bower, which the same Nye had dealt unto me. Then I looked up at Nye, and he gazed upon me, and he rose with a sigh, and said,
Can this be? We are ruined by Chinese cheap labour.
And he went for that heathen Chinny. In the scene that ensued I did not take a hand, but the floor was strewed, like the leaves on the strand, with the cards that our sin had been hiding in the game he did not understand. In his sleeves, which were long, he had 24 jacks, which was coming it strong, yet I state but the facts. And we found on his nails, which were taper, what is frequent in tapers? That's wax. Which is why I remark, and my language is plain, that for ways that are dark and for tricks that are vain, the heathen Chinny is peculiar, which the same I am free to maintain. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Plantation Ditty by Frank Levy Stanton, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Tomas Peter as the narrator,
and Leanne Yao as the Grey Owl.
A Plantation Ditty. The grey owl sing from the chimbley top,
Who is you?
and I say, good Lord, it's this poor me, and I ain't quite ready for the Jasper Sea. I'm poor and sinful, and you Lord I'd be. Oh, wait, good Lord, 'twill tomorrow. The grey owls sing from the cypress tree.
Oh, oh, it's you.
And I say, good Lord, if you look you'll see, it ain't nobody but this poor me, and I like to stay till my time is free. Oh, wait, good Lord, till tomorrow. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The First Banjo by Irwin Russell from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin as the narrator,
Jason in Canada as Noah,
And Tomas Peter as Ham.
The First Banjo. Go away, fiddle. Folks is tired of hearing you a squawking. Keep silent for your betters. Don't you hear the banjo talking? About the possum's tail she's going to lecture. Ladies, listen. About the hares, what isn't there, and why the hair is missing.
Dar's going to be an overflow,
Said Noah, looking solemn. For Noah took the herald, and he read the river column. And so he set his hands to work at clearing timber patches. And Lord, he's going to build a boat to beat the steaming natches. Old Noah kept a nailing and a chipping and a sawing, and all the wicked neighbors kept a laughing and a bush-shawing. But Noah didn't mind 'em, knowing what was going to happen, and 40 days and 40 nights the rain it kept a-dropping. Now Noah had done catched a lot of every sort of pieces. Up all the shoals a-travelling, it beat 'em all to pieces. He had a Morgan colt and a several head of Jersey cattle, and drove 'em aboard the ark as soon as he heard the thunder rattle. Then such another fell of rain, it came so awful heavy, the river raised immediately and busted through the levee. The people all was drowned out, 'cept Noah and the critters, and man he'd hired to work the boat, and one to mix the bitters. The ark, she kept a-sailing and a-sailing and a-sailing. The lion got his dander up and like to bruck the paling. The sappins hissed, the painters yelled, till what with all the fussing, he could hardly hear the mate a bustin' round and cussin'. Now Ham, the only nigger what was running on the packet, got lonesome in the barber shop and couldn't stand the racket. And so, for to amuse hisself, he steamed some wood and bented, and soon he had a banjo made, the first that was invented. He wet the leather, stretched it on, made bridge and screws and apron, and fitted in a proper neck, 'twas very long and tapering. He took some tin and twisted him a thimble for to ring it, and then the mighty question riz, how was he going to string it? The possum had as fine a tail as this that is a-singing. The hair so long and thick and strong, 'tis fit for banjo stringing. That nigger shaved 'em off as short as wash they dinner graces, and sorted up and bide the size from little e's to basses. He strung her, tuned her, struck a jig 'twas,
Never mind the weather.
She sound like 40 Lebanon's band a-playing all together. Some went to patting, some to dancing, Noah called the figures, and Ham he sat and knocked the tune, the happiest of niggers. Now, since that time, it's mighty strange, there's not the slightest showing of any hair at all upon the possum's tail a-growing. And curious too that niggers' ways his people never lost 'em, for where you find the nigger, there's the banjo and the possum. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Perils of Thinking by Anonymous. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Canada. Perils of Thinking. A centipede was happy quite, until a frog in fun said, "Pray, which leg comes after which?" This raised her mind to such a pitch, She lay distracted in the ditch, considering how to run. Anonymous. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Nebuchadnezzar by Irwin Russell, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. Nebuchadnezzar. You, Nebuchadnezzar, whoa, sir. Where's you trying to go, sir? I'd have you fur to know, sir, I's a-holding up the lines. You better stop that prancing. You's powerful fond of dancing. But I'll bet my years advancing that I'll cure you of your shines. Look here, mule, better mind out. First thing you know you'll find out how quick I'll wear this line out on your ugly, stubborn back. You needn't try to steal up and lift that precious heel up. You's got to plow this field up. You has, sir, for a fact. Thar, that's the way to do it. He's coming right down to it. Just watch him plowing through it. This nigger ain't no fool. Some folks they would 'a beat him. Now that would only heat him. I know just how to treat him. You must reason with a mule. He minds me like a nigger. If he was only bigger, he'd fotch a mighty figure. He would, I tell you, yes, sir. See how he keeps a clickin'. He's as gentle as a chicken, and never thinks a kickin'. Whoa da, Nebuchadnezzar. Is this him me, or not me? Or is the devil got me? Was that a cannon shot me? Have I laid here more'n a week? That mule do kick amazin'. The beast was spiled and raisin', but now I 'spect he's grazin' on the other side the creek. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Life's Love by Anonymous. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. A Life's Love. I loved him in my dawning years. Far years divinely dim, my blithest smile, my saddest tears were evermore for him. My dreaming, when the day began, my latest thought I had was still some little loving plan to make my darling glad. They deemed he lacked the conquering wiles that other children wear. To me his face in frowns or smiles was never aught but fair. They said that self was all his goal. He knew no thought beyond. To me I know no living soul was half so true and fond. In love's eclipse, in friendship's dearth, in grief and feud and bale, my heart has learnt the sacred worth of one that cannot fail. And come what must, and come what may, nor powers, nor praise, nor pelf, shall lure my faith from thee to stray, my sweet, my own, myself. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Darwin by Mortimer Collins. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Darwin. There was an ape in the days that were earlier. Centuries passed and his hair grew curlier. Centuries more gave him a thumb to his wrist. Then he was a man and a positivist. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ode for a Social Meeting with Slight Alterations by a Teetotaler by Oliver Wendell Holmes. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Ode for a Social Meeting with Slight Alterations by a Teetotaler. Come, fill a fresh bumper, For why should we go while the nectar scratch logwood still reddens our cups as they flow? Pour out the rich juices scratch decoction still bright with the sun, till over the brimmed crystal the rubies scratch dye stuff shall run. The purple globed clusters scratch half ripened apples their life dews have bled. How sweet is the breath scratch taste of the fragrance they shed scratch sugar of lead. For summer's last roses scratch rank poisons lie hid in the wines scratch wines that were garnered by maidens who laughed through the vines scratch stable boys smoking long nines. Then a smile scratch scowl, and a glass scratch howl, and a toast scratch scoff, and a cheer scratch sneer. For all the good wine, and we've got some of it here scratch strychnine and whiskey and radsbane and beer. In cellar, in pantry, in attic, in hall, long live the gay servant that laughs for us all scratch down, down with the tyrant that masters us all. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Hollow Hospitality from Satires, Book 3, Satire 3, by Dr. Joseph Hall, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
and Phone as the host.
Hollow Hospitality from Satires, Book 3, Satire 3. The courteous citizen bade me to his feast with hollow words and overly request.
Come, will ye dine with me this holiday?
I yielded, though he hoped I would say nay, for I had maidened it as many use, loath for to grant, but loather to refuse. Alack, sir, I were loath another day, I should but trouble you, pardon me if you may. No pardon should I need, for to depart he gives me leave, and thanks too in his heart. 2 words for money, Derbyshirian wise, that's one too many, is a naughty guise. Who looks for double biddings to a feast, may dine at home for an importune guest. I went, then saw and found the great expense, the phaeton fashions of our citizens. O Cleopatrical, what wanteth there, for curious cost and wondrous choice of cheer? Beef, that erst Hercules held for finest fare, pork for the fat Boeotian, or the hare for martial, fish for the Venetian, goose liver for the liquorous Roman, the Athenian's goat, quail Iola's cheer, the hen for Aesculape, and the Parthian deer, grapes for Arcesilas, figs for Pluto's mouth, and chestnuts fair for Amaryllis' tooth. Hadst thou such cheer? Wert thou ever there before? Never, I thought so, nor come there no more. Come there no more, for so meant all that cost. Never hence take me for thy second host. For whom he means to make an often guest, 1 dish shall serve, and welcome make the rest. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Recipe, Roasted Sucking Pig, from Punch's Poetical Cookery Book, by Anonymous, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Phone. A Recipe, Roasted Sucking Pig. Cooks who'd roast a sucking pig purchase one not over big. Horse ones are not worth a fig, so a young one buy. See that he is scalded well, that is done by those who sell, therefore on that point to dwell were absurdity. Sage and bread, mix just enough, salt and pepper quantum suff, and the pig's interior stuff with the whole combined. To a fire that's rather high, lay it till completely dry, then to every part apply cloth with butter lined. Dredge with flour o'er and o'er, till the pig will hold no more, then do nothing else before 'tis for serving fit. Then scrape off the flour with care, then a buttered cloth prepare, rub it well, then cut, not tear, off the head of it. Then take out and mix the brains with the gravy it contains. While it on the spit remains, cut the pig in two. Chop the sage and chop the bread, fine as very finest shred, o'er it melted butter spread. Stinginess won't do. When it in the dish appears, garnish with the jaws and ears, and when the dinner hour nears, ready let it be. Who can offer such a dish may dispense with fowl and fish, and if he a guest should wish, let him send for me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Recipe for Salad by Sydney Smith, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org, by phone as the narrator,
and Lian Yao as the epicure.
A Recipe for Salad. To make this condiment, your poet begs the pounded yellow of 2 hard-boiled eggs. 2 boiled potatoes passed through kitchen sieve, smoothness and softness to the salad give. Let onion atoms lurk within the bowl, and, half suspected, animate the whole. Of mordant mustard add a single spoon, distrust the condiment that bites so soon. But deem it not, thou man of herbs, a fault to add a double quantity of salt. 4 times the spoon with oil from Lucca Crown, and twice with vinegar, procured from town. And lastly, o'er the flavoured compound toss a magic soupçon of anchovy sauce. Oh, green and glorious! Oh, herbaceous treat! 'Twould tempt the dying anchorite to eat. Back to the world he'd turn his fleeting soul, and plunge his fingers in the salad bowl. Serenely full, the epicure would say,
Fate cannot harm me. I have dined today.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ode to Tobacco by Charles S. Calverley. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Tomas Peter. Ode to Tobacco. Thou who, when fears attack, bidst them avaunt, and black care, at the horseman's back, perching, unseatest. Sweet when the morn is grey, sweet when they've cleared away lunch, and at close of day, possibly sweetest. I have a liking old for thee, though manifold stories, I know, are told, not to thy credit, how 1 or 2 at most drops make a cat a ghost, useless except to roast. Doctors have said it. How they who use fusees all grow by slow degrees, brainless as chimpanzees, meagre as lizards, go mad and beat their wives, plunge, after shocking lives, razors and carving knives into their gizzards. Confound such knavish tricks! Yet know I 5 or 6 smokers who freely mix still with their neighbours. Jones, who, I'm glad to say, asked leave of Mrs. J., daily absorbs the clay after his labours. Cats may have had their goose cooked by tobacco juice, still why deny its use, thoughtfully taken, where not his tabbies are? Smith, take a fresh cigar. Jones, the tobacco jar. Here's to thee, bacon. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Farewell to Tobacco by Charles Lamb, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. A Farewell to Tobacco. May the Babylonish curse straight confound my stammering verse, if I can a passage see in this word perplexity, or a fit expression find, or a language to my mind. Still the phrase is wide or scant, to take leave of thee, great plant. Or in any terms relate half my love or half my hate. For I hate, yet love thee so, that whichever thing I show, the plain truth will seem to be a constrained hyperbole, and the passion to proceed more from a mistress than a weed. Sooty retainer to the vine, Bacchus's black servant, negro fine, sorcerer, that makest us dote upon thy begrimed complexion, and for thy pernicious sake more and greater oaths to break than reclaimed lovers take 'gainst women, thou thy siege dost lay, much too in the female way, while thou suck'st the labouring breath faster than kisses, or than death. Thou in such a cloud dost bind us, that our worst foes cannot find us, and ill fortune, that would thwart us, shoots at rovers, shooting at us. While each man, through thy heightening steam, does like a smoking Edna seem, and all about us does express, fancy and wit in richest dress, a Sicilian fruitfulness. Thou through such a mist dost show us that our best friends do not know us, and for those allowed features, due to reasonable creatures, liken'st us to fell chimeras, monsters, that who see us fear us, worse than Cerberus or Geryon, or who first loved a cloud, Ixion. Bacchus we know, and we allow his tipsy rites, but what art thou, that but by reflex canst show what his deity can do? As the false Egyptian's spell aped the true Hebrew miracle. Some few vapours thou mayst raise, the weak brain may serve to amaze, but to the reins and nobler heart canst nor life nor heat impart. Brother of Bacchus, later born, the old world was sure forlorn, wanting thee, that aidest more the gods' victories than, before, all his panthers, and the brawls of his piping bacchanals. These, as stale, we disallow, or judge if thee meant only thou his true Indian conquest art, and for ivy round his dart the reformed god now weaves a finer thyrsus of thy leaves. Scent to match thy rich perfume, chemic art did ne'er presume, through her quaint alembic strain, none so sovereign to the brain. Nature, that did in thee excel, framed again no second smell. Roses, violets, but toys, for the smaller sort of boys, or for greener damsels meant, thou art the only manly scent. Stinkingest of the stinking kind, filth of the mouth and fog of the mind, Africa, that brags her foison, breeds no such prodigious poison. Henbane, nightshade, both together, hemlock, aconite, nay, rather, plant divine, of rarest virtue, blisters on the tongue would hurt you, 'Twas but in a sort I blamed thee, none e'er prospered who defamed thee. Irony all, and feigned abuse, such as perplexed lovers use At a need, when in despair, to paint forth their fairest fair; Or in part but to express that exceeding comeliness Which their fancies doth so strike, they borrow language of dislike; And instead of dearest miss, jewel, honey, sweetheart, bliss, And those forms of old admiring, call her cockatrice and siren, Basilisk and all that's evil, witch, hyena, mermaid, devil, Ethiop, wench, and blackamoor, monkey, ape, and 20 more, friendly traitress, loving foe. Not that she is truly so, but no other way they know, a contentment to express Borders so upon excess that they do not rightly wot Whether it be from pain or not. Or as men, constrained to part With what's nearest to their heart, While their sorrows at the height lose discrimination quite, And their hasty wrath let fall, to appease their frantic gall, On the darling thing whatever, whence they feel it death to sever, Though it be as they, perforce, guiltless of the sad divorce. For I must, not let it grieve thee, friendliest of plants, that I must, leave thee; Would do anything but die, and but seek to extend my days Long enough to sing thy praise. But as she who once hath been a king's consort is a queen, Ever after, nor will bate any tittle of her state Though a widow, or divorced, so I from thy converse forced The old name and style retain, a right Catherine of Spain, And a seat too 'mongst the joys of the blest tobacco boys, Where, though I, by sour physician, am debarred the full fruition Of thy favours, I may catch some collateral sweets, and snatch Sidelong odours that give life like glances from a neighbour's wife, And still live in the by places, and the suburbs of thy graces, And in thy borders take delight, an unconquered Canaanite. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Too Great a Sacrifice by Anonymous, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Canada as the narrator,
And Lian Yao as the maid.
Too Great a Sacrifice. The maid, as by the papers doth appear, whom $50,000 made so dear, to test Lothario's passion, simply said,
Forego the weed before we go to wed. For smoke take flame, I'll be that flame's bright fanner. To have your Anna, give up your Havana.
But he, when thus she brought him to the scratch, lit his cigar and threw away his match. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
From Love Sonnets of a Hoodlum by Wallace Irwin, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Tomas Peter. From Love Sonnets of a Hoodlum. Prologue. Wouldn't it jar you, wouldn't it make you sore, to see the poet, when the goods play out, crawl off of poor old Pegasus, and tout his skate to two-step sonnets off galore? Then, when the plug, a dead one, can no more shake ragtime than a biscuit, right about the poem butcher turns with gleeful shout, and sends a batch of sonnets to the store. The sonnet is a very easy mark, a James P. Dandy as a carry-all for brain-fag wrecks who want to keep it dark just while their crop of thinks is running small. On the low-down, dear Mame, my Looty-Loo, that's why I've cooked this batch of rhymes for you. Epilogue. To just one girl I've turned my sad bazoo, stringing my pipe dream off as it occurred, and as I've tipped the straight talk every word, if you don't like it, you know what to do. Perhaps you think I've handed out to you an idle jest, a touch-me-not, absurd as any sky-blue pink canary bird, billed for a record season at the zoo. If that's your guess, you'll have to guess again, for thus I fizzled in a burst of glory, and this rhythmatic sideshow doth contain the sum and substance of my hard-luck story, showing how vanity is still on deck, and humble virtue gets it in the neck. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Saddened Tramp by Anonymous, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org, by phone as the narrator,
And Jason in Canada as the master.
A Saddened Tramp.
Now unto yonder woodpile go, where toil till I return. Feel how proud a thing it is to livelihood to earn.
A saddened look came o'er the tramp, he seemed like one bereft. He stowed away the victuals cold, he saw the wood and left. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Modern House That Jack Built by Anonymous, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org, by phone. The Modern House That Jack Built. Behold the mansion reared by Dedal Jack. See the malt stored in many a plethoric sack in the proud cirque of Ivan's bivouac. Mark how the rat's felonious fangs invade the golden stores in John's pavilion laid. Anon with velvet foot and Tarquin strides, subtle Grimalkin to his quarry glides, Grimalkin grim, that slew the fierce rodent, whose tooth insidious Johann's sackcloth rent. Lo, now the deep-mouthed canine foes assault, that vexed the avenger of the stolen malt, stored in the hollow precincts of the hall, that rose complete at Jack's creative call. Here stalks the impetuous cow, with the crumpled horn, whereon the exacerbating hound was torn, who bayed the feline slaughter-beast, that slew the rat predaceous, whose keen fangs ran through the textile fibres that involved the grain that lay in Hans's inviolate domain. Here walks forlorn the damsel crowned with rue, lactiferous spoils from vaccine dugs who drew of that corniculate beast whose tortuous horn tossed to the clouds, in fierce vindictive scorn, the harrowing hound, whose braggart bark and stir arched the lithe spine and reared the indignant fur of puss, that with vermicidal claw struck the weird rat, in whose insatiate maw lay reeking malt, that erst in Ivan's courts we saw. Robed in senescent garb that seemed, in sooth, too long a prey to Kronos' iron tooth, behold the man whose amorous lips incline, full with young Eros' osculative sign, to the lorn maiden whose lacalbic hands drew albulactic wealth from lacteal glands of the immortal bovine, by whose horn the stort to realm ethereal was born the beast Catulian, vexer of that sly Ulysses quadrupedal who made die the old mordacious rat, that dared devour Anticidanus' ale in John's domestic bower. Lo, here, with her suit honours doffed, succinct of saponaceous locks, the priest who linked in Hymen's golden bands the torn unthrift, whose means exiguous stared from many a rift, even as he kissed the virgin all forlorn, who milked the cow with the implicated horn, who in fine wrath the canine torturer skied, that dared to vex the insidious murricide, who let auroral effluence through the pelt of the sly rat that robbed the palace Jack had built. The loud cantankerous Shanghai comes at last, whose shouts aroused the shorn ecclesiast, who sealed the vows of Hymen's sacrament, to him who, robed in garments indigent, exosculates the damsel lachrymose, the emulgator of that horned brute morose, that tossed the dog, that worried the cat that kilt, the rat that ate the malt, that lay in the house that Jack built. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Friend of Humanity and the Knife Grinder by George Canning, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
Tomas Peter as the Friend of Humanity,
and Jason in Canada as the Knife Grinder.
The Friend of Humanity and the Knife Grinder. Friend of Humanity.
Needy knife grinder, whither are you going? Rough is the road, your wheel is out of order. Bleak blows the blast, your hat has got a hole in't, so have your breeches. Weary knife grinder, little think the proud ones, who in their coaches roll along the turnpike road, what hard work 'tis crying all day, knives and scissors to grind, oh! Tell me, knife grinder, how came you to grind knives? Did some rich man tyrannically use you? Was it the squire, or parson of the parish, or the attorney? Was it the squire for killing of his game, or covetous parson for his tilth's distraining, or roguish lawyer made you lose your little all in a lawsuit? Have you not read The Rights of Man by Tom Paine? Drops of compassion tremble on my eyelids, ready to fall as soon as you have told your pitiful story.
Knife Grinder.
Story? God bless you, I have none to tell, sir. Only last night, a-drinking at the Chequers, this poor old hat and breeches, as you see, were torn in a scuffle. Constables came up for to take me into custody. They took me before the justice. Justice old Mixon put me into the parish stocks for a vagrant. I should be glad to drink your honour's health in a pot of beer, if you will give me sixpence, but for my part, I never loved to meddle with politics, sir.
Friend of Humanity.
I give thee sixpence? I will see thee damned first. Wretch, whom no sense of wrongs can rouse to vengeance. Sordid, unfeeling, reprobate, degraded, spiritless outcast.
Kicks the Knife Grinder, overturns his wheel, and exit in a transport of republican enthusiasm and universal philanthropy. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Deborah Lee by William H. Burleigh, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Yao. Deborah Lee. 'Tis a dozen or so of years ago, somewhere in the West Country, that a nice girl lived, as you Hoosiers know, by the name of Deborah Lee. Her sister was loved by Edgar Poe, but Deborah by me. Now I was green, and she was green, as a summer squash might be, and we loved as warmly as other folks, I and my Deborah Lee, with a love that the lasses of Hoosierdom coveted her and me. But somehow it happened a long time ago, in the aguish West Country, that chill March morning gave the shakes to my beautiful Deborah Lee, and the grim steam doctor, drat him, came and bore her away from me. The doctor and death, old partners they, in the aguish West Country. The angels wanted her in heaven, but they never asked for me. And that is the reason, I rather guess, in the aguish West Country, that the cold March wind and the doctor and death took off my Deborah Lee, my beautiful Deborah Lee, from the warm sunshine and the opening flowers, and bore her away from me. Our love was as strong as a 6-horse team, or the love of folks older than we, or possibly wiser than we. But death, with the aid of doctor and steam, was rather too many for me. He closed the peepers and silenced the breath of my sweetheart Deborah Lee, and her form lies cold in the prairie mould, silent and cold. Ah me! The foot of the hunter shall press her grave, and the prairie's sweet wild flowers in their odorous beauty around it wave through all the sunny hours, the still bright summer hours. And the bird shall sing in the tufted grass, and the nectar-laden bee, with his dreamy hum on his gauze wings pass. She wakes no more to me. Ah, never more to me! Though the wild birds sing and the wild flowers spring, she wakes no more to me. Yet oft in the hush of the dim still night, a vision of beauty I see, gliding soft to my bedside, a phantom of light, dear beautiful Deborah Lee, my bride that was to be. And I wake to mourn that the doctor and death and the cold March wind should stop the breath of my darling Deborah Lee. Adorable Deborah Lee, that angels should want her up in heaven before they wanted me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Cock and the Bull by Charles Stewart Calverley, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator
and Phone as the vendor.
The Cock and the Bull. You see this pebbled stone? It's a thing I bought of a bit of a chit of a boy in the mid of the day. I like to dock the smaller parts of speech, as we curtail the already curtailed cur. You catch the paronomasia play o' words? Did rather in the pre-Lancerian days. Well, to my muttons. I purchased the concern and clapped it in my poke, and gave for same, by way to wit of barter or exchange,
Chop
was my snickering Dandiprat's own term, 1 shilling and 4pence, current coin of the realm, O-N-E, 1, and F-O-U-R, 4 pence, 1 and 4pence. You are with me, sir? What hour it skills not, 10 or 11 of the clock, one day, and what a roaring day it was, in February 1869, Alexandrina Victoria Fidei, how runs the jargon, being on throne. Such, sir, are all the facts, succinctly put, the basis or substratum, what you will, of the impending 80,000 lines. Not much in them either, quoth perhaps simple Hodge, but there's a superstructure. Wait a bit. Mark first the rationale of the thing. Here logic rival and levigate the deed. That shilling, and for matter o' that, the pence, I had a course upon me. With me, say, mecum's the Latin. Make a note o' that. When I popped panis dent, blue snout, scratched ear, sniffed at snuff box, tumbled up, he-heed, haw-hawed, not he-hawed, that's another guess thing, then fumbled at and stumbled out of door. I shoved the door open with my omoplate, and in vestibulo, in the entrance hall, donned galligaskins, antigropolos, and so forth, and complete with hat and gloves, one on and one at ankle in my hand. And ombrifuge, Lord love you, case of rain, I flopped forth, spuddikins, on my own 10 toes, I do assure you there be 10 of them, and went clumping up hill and down dale, to find myself o' the sudden in front of the boy. Put case I hadn't them on me, could I ha' bought this sort o' kind o' what you might call toy, this pebbled thing, or the boy thing? Q.E.D. That's proven without aid from mumping pope, sleek porporate, or bloated cardinal. Isn't it, old fat chaps? You're in Euclid now. So, having the shilling, having in fact a lot, and pence and halfpence, ever so many a them, I purchased, as I think I said before, the pebble, lapis lapidis di dem de. What nouns crease short in the genitive, fat chaps, hey? Oh, the boy, a bare-legged beggarly son of a gun, for 1 and 4d. Here we are again. Now Law steps in, big-wigged, voluminous jawed, investigates and re-investigates. Was the transaction illegal? Law shakes head. Perpend, sir, all the bearings of the case. At first the coin was mine, the chattel his, but now, by virtue of the said exchange and barter, vice versa all the coin, per juris operationem, ves in the boy and his assigns till dingedoom, in saecula saeculorum, I think I hear the abbot mouth out that, to have and hold the same to him and them, confer some idiot on conveyancing, whereas the pebble and every part thereof, and all that appertaineth thereunto, or shall, will, may, might, can, could, would, or should, subandi caetera, clap me to the close, for what's the good of law in a case of the kind, is mine to all intents and purposes. This settled, I resume the thread of the tale. Now for a touch of the vendor's quality, he says a gentleman bought a pebble of him, this pebble in sooth, sir, which I hold in my hand, and paid for it, like a gentleman, on the nail.
Did I overcharge him a halfpenny? Devil a bit. Fiddlestick's end, get out, you blazing ass. Gabble o' the goose, don't bugaboo baby me. Go double or quits? Yah, tit up, what's the odds?
There's the transaction viewed, in the vendor's light. Next as that dumpled hag stood snuffling by, with her 3 frowsy browsy brats o' babes, the scum o' the kennel, cream of the filth heap, faugh, ay, 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 otototototoy, stad which we blurt out hoity-toity now, and the baker and the candlestick maker, and Jack and Jill, bleared goody this and queasy gaffer that, as the schoolmaster. Take schoolmaster first. He saw a gentleman purchase of a lad a stone, and pay for it right on the square, and carry it off per saltum jauntily, propria quae maribus, gentleman's property now, agreeable to the law explained above, in proprium usum, for his private ends. The boy he chucked the brown in the air, and bit in the face the shilling, heaved the thumping stone at a lean hen that ran clucking by, and hit her, dead as nail, in post a door. Then abiit, what's the Ciceronian phrase? Excessit, evasit, erupit, off Slog's boy. Off in 3 fee skips. Hac tenus, so far, so good. Tam bene, bene, satis, male. Where was I? Who said what of one in a quag? I did once hitch the syntax into verse. Verbum personale, a verb personal. Concordat, I agrees, old fat chaps, cum nominativo, with its nominative. Genere, I point a gender, numero, or number, et persona, and person. Ut, instance, sol ruit, down flops sun, et, and montes umbrantur, snuffs out mountains. Pah! Excuse me, sir, I think I'm going mad. You see the trick on it, though, and can yourself continue the discourse ad libitum. It takes up about 80,000 lines, a thing imagination boggles at, and might, odds bob, sir, in judicious hands, extend from here to Mesopotamy. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Old Wife by Charles Stewart Calverley. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin as the narrator,
Phone as the cow,
and Lian Yao as the goose.
The Old Wife. The old wife sat at her ivied door. Butter and eggs and a pound of cheese, a thing she had frequently done before, and her spectacles lay on her aproned knees. The piper, he piped on the hilltop high, butter and eggs, and a pound of cheese, till the cow said,
I die.
And the goose asked,
Why?
And the dog said nothing but searched for fleas. The farmer, he strode through the square farmyard, butter and eggs and a pound of cheese, His last brew of ale was a trifle hard, the connection of which with the plot one sees. The farmer's daughter hath frank blue eyes, butter and eggs, and a pound of cheese. She hears the rooks caw in the windy skies, as she sits at her lattice and shells her peas. The farmer's daughter hath ripe red lips, butter and eggs, and a pound of cheese. If you try to approach her, away she skips over tables and chairs with apparent ease. The farmer's daughter hath soft brown hair, butter and eggs, and a pound of cheese, and I met with a ballad, I can't say where, which wholly consists of lines like these. She sat with her hands neath her dimpled cheeks, butter and eggs, and a pound of cheese, and spake not a word. While a lady speaks, there is hope, but she didn't even sneeze. She sat with her hands neath her crimson cheeks, butter and eggs, and a pound of cheese. She gave up mending her father's breeks, and let the cat roll in her best chemise. She sat with her hands neath her crimson cheeks, butter and eggs, and a pound of cheese, and gazed at the piper for 13 weeks. Then she followed him out o'er the misty leas. Her sheep followed her as their tails did them, butter and eggs, and a pound of cheese, and this song is considered a perfect gem. And as to the meaning, it's what you please. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lovers and a Reflection by Charles Stewart Calverley. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Lovers and a Reflection. In moss-pranked dells, which the sunbeams flatter, and heaven it knoweth what that may mean, meaning, however, is no great matter, where woods are a tremble with rifts atween. Through God's own heather we wand together, I and my Willie, O love, my love. I need hardly remark it was glorious weather, and flitter-bats waved alow above. Boats were curtsying, rising, bowing. Boats in that climate are so polite, and sands were a ribbon of green endowing, and oh, the sun-dazzle on bark and bight. Through the rare red heather we danced together, O love, my Willie, and smelt for flowers. I must mention again it was glorious weather. Rhymes are so scarce in this world of ours. By rises that flushed with their purple favours, through becks that brattled over grasses sheen, we walked or waded, we two young shavers, thanking our stars we were both so green. We journeyed in parallels, I and Willie, in fortunate parallels, butterflies, hid in weltering shadows of daffodilly or marjoram, kept making peacock's eyes. Songbirds darted about, some inky as coal, some snowy, I ween, as curds, or rosy as pinks, or as roses pinky, they reck of no eerie to come, those birds. But they skim over bends which the mill-stream washes, or hang in the lift 'neath a white cloud's hem. They need no parasols, no galoshes, and good Mrs. Trimmer she feedeth them. Then we thrid God's cowslips, as erst his heather, that endowed the wan grass with their golden blooms, and snapped, it was perfectly charming weather, our fingers at Fate and her goddess glooms. And Willie 'gan sing, oh his notes were fluty, wafts fluttered them out to the white winged sea, something made up of rhymes that have done much duty, rhymes, better to put it, of ancientry. Bowers of flowers encountered showers in William's carol, O love, my Willie, when he bade sorrow borrow from blithe tomorrow, I quite forget what, say a daffodilly. A nest in a hollow, with buds to follow, I think occurred next in his nimble strain, and clay that was kneaden, of course in Eden, a rhyme most novel, I do maintain. Mists, bones, the singer himself, love stories, and all least furlable things got furled, not with any design to conceal their glories, but simply and solely to rhyme with world. Oh, if billows and pillows and hours and flowers, and all the brave rhymes of an elder day, could be furled together this genial weather, and carted or carried on wafts away, nor ever again trotted out, ay me, how much fewer volumes of verse there'd be! End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Nephi Lydia by Algernon Charles Swinburne. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Nephi Lydia. From the depth of the dreamy decline of the dawn, through a notable nimbus of nebulous noonshine, pallid and pink as the palm of the flag-flower, that flickers with fear of the flies as they float, are they looks of our lovers that lustrously lean from a marvel of mystic, miraculous moonshine, these that we feel in the blood of our blushes, that thicken and threaten with sobs from the throat, thicken and thrill as a theatre thronged at appeal of an actor's appalled agitation, fainter with fear of the fires of the future than pale with the promise of pride in the past, flushed with the famishing fullness of fever that reddens with radiance of wrath recreation, gaunt as the ghastliest of glimpses that gleam through the gloom of the gloaming when ghosts go aghast. Nay, for the nick of the tick of the time is a tremulous touch on the temples of terror, strained as the sinews, yet strenuous with strife, of the dead who is dumb as the dust-heaps of death. Surely no soul is it sweet as the spasm of erotic, emotional, exquisite error, bathed in the balms of beatified bliss, beatific itself by beatitude's breath. Surely no spirit or sense of a soul that was soft to the spirit and soul of our senses sweetens the stress of suspiring suspicion that sobs in the semblance and sound of a sigh. Only this oracle opens Olympian in mystical moods and triangular tenses. Life is the lust of a lamp for the light that is dark till the dawn of the day when we die. Mild is the murk and monotonous music of memory, melodiously mute as it may be, while the hope in the heart of a hero is bruised by the breach of man's rapiers, resigned to the rod, made meek as a mother whose bosom beats bound with the bliss-bringing bulk of a balm-breathing baby, as they grope through the graveyards of creeds, under skies growing green at a groan for the grimness of God. Blank is the book of his bounty beholden of old, and its binding is blacker than bluer. Out of blue into black is the scheme of the skies, and their dews are the wine of the bloodshed of things, till the darkling desire of delight shall be free as a fawn that is freed from the fangs that pursue her, till the heartbeats of hell shall be hushed by a hymn from the hunt that has harried the kernel of kings. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Arab by Charles Stewart Calverley. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Arab. On, on, my brown Arab, away, away! Thou hast trotted over many a mile to-day, and I trow right meagre hath been thy fare, since they roused thee at dawn from thy straw-piled lair, to tread with those echoless, unshod feet yon weltering flats in the noontide heat, where no palm-tree proffers a kindly shade, and the eye never rests on a cool grass-blade. And lank is thy flank, and thy frequent cough, oh, it goes to my heart. But away, friend, off! And yet, what sculptor who saw thee stand, as thou standest now, on thy native strand, with the wild wind ruffling thine uncombed hair, and thy nostril upturned to the odorous air, would not woo thee to pause, till his skill might trace at leisure the lines of that eager face, the collarless neck, and the coal-black paws, and the bit grasped tight in the massive jaws, the delicate curve of the legs that seem too slight for their burden, and oh, the gleam of that eye, so sombre and yet so gay! Still, away, my lithe Arab, once more away! Nay, tempt me not, Arab, again to stay, since I crave neither echo nor fun to day, for thy hand is not echoless. There they are! Fun, glowworm, and echo, and evening star! And thou hintest withal that thou fain wouldst shine, as I read them, these bulgy old boots of mine. But I shrink from thee, Arab. Thou eatest eel pie. Thou evermore hast at least one black eye. There is brass on thy brow, and thy swarthy hues are due not to nature, but handling shoes. And the bit in thy mouth, I regret to see, is a bit of tobacco pipe. Flee, child, flee! End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Modern Hiawatha by Anonymous, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. The Modern Hiawatha. He killed the noble Mudjokivis. Of the skin he made him mittens, made them with the fur side inside, made them with the skin side outside. He, to get the warm side inside, put the inside skin side outside. He, to get the cold side outside, put the warm side fur side inside. That's why he put the fur side inside, why he put the skin side outside, why he turned them inside outside. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Poems received in response to an advertised call for a national anthem by Robert H. Newell, Orpheus C. Kerr. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia S. the Committee,
Craig Franklin as H.W.L. of Cambridge, and General George P.M.
Phone as the Honourable Edward E. of Boston and N.P.W.
Tomas Peter as John Greenleaf W. and Thomas Bailey A.
Jason in Canada as Dr. Oliver Wendell H.
And Lian Yao as William Cullen B.
Poems received in response to an advertised call for a national anthem.
National Anthem by H.W.L. of Cambridge. Back in the years when Flagstaff the Dane was monarch, over the sea-ribbed land of the fleet-footed Norsemen, once there went forth young Ursa to gaze at the heavens, Ursa, the noblest of all Vikings and horsemen. Musing, he sat in his stirrups and viewed the horizon, where the aurora lapped stars in a North Pole manner. Wildly he started, for there in the heavens before him fluttered and flew the original star-spangled banner.
Two objections are in the way of the acceptance of this anthem by the committee. In the first place, it is not an anthem at all. Secondly, it is a gross plagiarism from an old Sclavonic war song of the primeval ages. Next, we quote from a
National Anthem by the Honourable Edward E. of Boston. Ponderous projectiles, hurled by heavy hands, fell on our liberty's poor infant head, ere she a stadium had well advanced on the great path that to her greatness led. Her temple's propylon was shattered, yet thanks to saving grace and Washington, her incubus was from her bosom hurled, and rising like a cloud-dispelling sun, he took the oil with which her hair was curled, to grace the hub round which revolves the world.
This fine production is rather heavy for an anthem, and contains too much of Boston to be considered strictly national. To set such an anthem to music would require a Wagner, and even were it really accommodated to a tune, it could only be whistled by the populace. We now come to a
National Anthem by John Greenleaf W. My native land, thy puritanic stock still finds its roots firm bound in Plymouth Rock, and all thy sons unite in one grand wish, to keep the virtues of preserved fish. Preserved fish, the deacon stern and true told our New England what her sons should do, and should they swerve from loyalty and right, then the whole land were lost indeed in night.
The sectional bias of this anthem renders it unsuitable for use in that small margin of the world situated outside of New England. Hence the above must be rejected. Here we have a very curious
National Anthem by Dr. Oliver Wendell H. A diagnosis of our history proves our native land a land its native loves, its birth a deed obstetric without peer, its growth a source of wonder far and near. To love it more, behold how foreign shores sink into nothingness beside its stores. Hyde Park at best, though counted ultra grand, the Boston Common of Victoria's land.
The committee must not be blamed for rejecting the above after reading thus far, for such an anthem could only be sung by a college of surgeons or a Beacon Street tea party. Turn we now to a
National Anthem by William Cullen B. The sun sinks softly to his evening post, the sun swells grandly to his morning crown, yet not a star our flag of heaven has lost, and not a sunset's stripe with him goes down. So thrones may fall, and from the dust of those new thrones may rise, to totter like the last, but still our country's noble planet glows, while the eternal stars of heaven are fast.
Upon finding that this does not go well to the air of Yankee Doodle, the committee feel justified in declining it, it being furthermore prejudiced against it by a suspicion that the poet has crowded an advertisement of a paper which he edits into the first line. Next we quote from a
National Anthem by General George P.M. In the days that tried our fathers, many years ago, our fair land achieved her freedom, blood bought, you know. Shall we not defend her ever, as we'd defend that fair maiden kind and tender, calling us friend? Yes, let all the echoes answer, from hill and vale, yes. Let other nations hearing, joy in the tale, our Columbia is a lady, high-born and fair. We have sworn allegiance to her, touch her who dare.
The tone of this anthem not being devotional enough to suit the committee, it should be printed on an edition of linen cambric handkerchiefs for ladies especially. Observe this.
National Anthem by N.P.W. One hue of our flag is taken from the cheeks of my blushing pet, and its stars beat time and sparkle like the studs on her chemisette. Its blue is the ocean shadow that hides in her dreamy eyes, and it conquers all men like her, and still for a union flies.
Several members of the committee find that this anthem has too much of the Anacreon spice to suit them. We next peruse a
National Anthem, Thomas Bailey A. The little brown squirrel hops in the corn, the cricket quaintly sings, the emerald pigeon nods his head, and the shad in the river springs. The dainty sunflower hangs its head on the shore of the summer sea, and better far that I were dead, if Maud did not love me. I love the squirrel that hops in the corn, and the cricket that quaintly sings, and the emerald pigeon that nods his head, and the shad that gaily springs. I love the dainty sunflower too, and Maud with her snowy breast. I love them all, but I love my country best.
This is certainly very beautiful, and sounds somewhat like Tennyson. Though it may be rejected by the committee, it can never lose its value as a piece of excellent reading for children. It is calculated to fill the youthful mind with patriotism and natural history, beside touching the youthful heart with an emotion palpitating for all. End of poem. This recording is in a public domain.
Melancholy Days by Anonymous. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian Yao. Melancholy Days. Chilly November, with its boning blast, now cubs outstrips the meadow and the lord. Even October's sunny days are past, and summer's gone. I know not what it is to which I cling that stirs to song and sorrow. Yet I trust that still I sing, but as the linnets sing, because I bust. Dear leaves that rustle sadly, death by feet, by lingering feet, and fill my eyes with tears. Ye make me sad, and it gars me greet that ye are sere. The sun itself skies too early sinks. No trees are green but evergreens and ferns. Gold are the orioles and bobolinks, those robin birds. And now, farewell to roses and to birds, to larded fields and dingling streamlets eke. Farewell to all articulated words I fain would speak. Farewell, my cherished frolics on the sward, green glades and forest shades, farewell to you. With sorrowing heart, I, wretched and forlorn, bid you. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sneezing by Leigh Hunt, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin as the narrator
and Sonia as the nose.
Sneezing. What a moment, what a doubt! All my nose is inside out. All my thrilling, tickling, caustic, pyramid rhinocerostic wants to sneeze and cannot do it. How it yearns me, thrills me, stings me, how with rapturous torment wrings me, now says,
Sneeze, you fool, get through it.
She, oh, 'tis most del-ishy, ishy, most del-ishy. Hang it, I shall sneeze till spring. Snuff is a delicious thing.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To My Nose by Alfred A. Forrester, Alfred Croakwill. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humour, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. To My Nose. Knows he that never took a pinch, nosy, the pleasure thence which flows? Knows he the titillating joys which my nose knows? O nose, I am as proud of thee as any mountain of its snows. I gaze on thee and feel that pride a Roman knows. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Lapsus Calami by James Kenneth Stephen. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Lapsus Calami. To R.K. Will there never come a season which shall rid us from the curse of a prose which knows no reason, and an unmelodious verse, when the world shall cease to wonder at the genius of an ass, and the boy's eccentric blunder shall not bring success to pass? When mankind shall be delivered from the clash of magazines, and the inkstand shall be shivered into countless smithereens, when there stands a muzzled stripling, mute beside a muzzled boar, when the Rudyards cease from Kipling, and the Haggards ride no more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Conservative by Charlotte Perkins Gilman, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org, by phone as the narrator,
and Lian Yao as the butterfly.
A Conservative. The garden beds I wandered by one bright and cheerful morn, when I found a new-fledged butterfly a-sitting on a thorn. A black and crimson butterfly, all doleful and forlorn. I thought that life could have no sting to infant butterflies, so I gazed on this unhappy thing with wonder and surprise, while sadly with his waving wing he wiped his weeping eyes. Said I, "What can the matter be? Why weepest thou so sore, with garden fair and sunlight free, and flowers in goodly store?" But he only turned away from me and burst into a roar. Cried he,
"My legs are thin and few, where once I had a swarm. Soft, fuzzy fur, a joy to view, once kept my body warm, before these flapping wing things grew to hamper and deform."
At that outrageous bug I shot the fury of mine eye. Said I, in scorn all burning hot, in rage and anger high, "You ignominious idiot, those wings are made to fly."
"I do not want to fly,"
said he,
"I only want to squirm."
and he drooped his wings dejectedly, but still his voice was firm.
"I do not want to be a fly, I want to be a worm."
O yesterday of unknown lack, today of unknown bliss, I left my fool in red and black, the last I saw was this, the creature madly climbing back into his chrysalis. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Forever by Charles Stewart Calverley, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Forever. Forever! 'Tis a single word. Our rude forefathers deemed it two. Can you imagine so absurd a view? Forever! What abysms of woe the world reveals! What frenzy, what despair! For ever, printed so, did not. It looks, ah me, how trite and tame! It fails to sadden, or appall, or solace. It is not the same at all. O thou, to whom it first occurred to solder the disjointed, and dower thy native language with a word of power! We bless thee! Whether far or near thy dwelling, whether dark or fair thy kingly brow, is neither here nor there. But in men's hearts shall be thy throne, while the great pulse of England beats, thou coiner of a word unknown to Keats. And never more must printer do as men did long ago, but run for into ever, bidding two be one. Forever! Passion fraught, it throws over the dim page a gloom, a glamour. It's sweet, it's strange, and I suppose it's grammar. Forever, 'tis a single word, and yet our fathers deemed it two. Nor am I confident they erred. Are you? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Siege of Belgrade by Anonymous, from the World's Best Poetry Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Tomas Peter. Siege of Belgrade. An Austrian army, awfully arrayed, boldly by battery besieged Belgrade. Cossack commanders cannonading come, dealing destruction's devastating doom. Every endeavor engineers essay, for fame, for fortune fighting, furious fray. Generals 'gainst generals grapple, gracious God, how honors heaven heroic hardihood! Infuriate, indiscriminate, and ill, kindred kill kinsmen, kinsmen kindred kill. Labor low levels longest loftiest lines, men march mid mounds, mid moles, mid murderous mines. Now noxious, noisy numbers nothing, naught of outward obstacles, opposing aught. Poor patriots, partly purchased, partly pressed, quite quaking, quickly quarter, quarter quest. Reason returns, religious right redounds, Suwarrow stops at sanguinary sounds. Truce to thee, Turkey! Triumph to thy train, unwise, unjust, unmerciful Ukraine! Vanish, vain victory! Vanish, victory vain! Why wish we warfare? Wherefore welcome were Xerxes, Ximenes, Xanthus, Xavier? Yield, yield, ye youths, ye yeomen, yield your yell! Zeus's, Zorpater's, Zoroaster's zeal, attracting all, arms against acts appeal. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
My Love by Anonymous, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Lianne Yao. My Love. I only knew she came and went, like troutlets in a pool. She was a phantom of delight, and I was like a fool. One kiss, dear maid, I said, and sighed, out of those lips unshorn. She shook her ringlets round her head, and laughed in merry scorn. Ring out, wild bells, to the wild sky, you heard them, O my heart! 'Tis 12 at night by the castle clock, beloved, we must part. Come back, she cried in grief. My eyes are dim with tears. How shall I live through all the days, all through 100 years? 'Twas in the prime of summer time, she blessed me with her hand. We strayed together, deeply blessed, into the dreaming land. The laughing bridal roses blow to dress her dark brown hair. My heart is breaking with my woe, most beautiful, most rare. I clasped it on her sweet cold hand, the precious golden link. I calmed her fears, and she was calm. Drink, pretty creature, drink. And so I won my Genevieve, and walked in paradise, the fairest thing that ever grew between me and the skies. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ode to the Human Heart by Lamon Blanchard, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Ode to the Human Heart. Blind Thamaris and blind Maeonides, pursue the triumph and partake the gale. Drop tears as fast as the Arabian trees, to point a moral or adorn a tale. Full many a gem of purest ray serene, thoughts that too often lie too deep for tears, like angels' visits few and far between, deck the long vista of departed years. Man never is, but always to be blessed, the 10th transmitter of a foolish face, like Aaron's serpent swallows up the rest, and makes a sunshine in the shady place. For man the hermit sighed till the woman smiled, to waft a feather or to drown a fly, in wit a man, simplicity a child, with silent finger pointing to the sky. But fools rush in where angels fear to tread, far out amid the melancholy main, as when a vulture on Immos bred dies of a rose in aromatic pain. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Metrical Feet by Samuel Taylor Coleridge, from the World's Best Poetry Volume 9, Tragedy and Humor Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Tomas Peter. Metrical Feet. Trochee trips from long to short, from long to long in solemn sort, slow spondy stalks, strong foot, yet ill able ever to come up with dactyl trisyllable. Iambics march from short to long, with a leap and a bound the swift anapests throng. One syllable long, with one short at each side, Amphibraches hastes with a stately stride. First and last being long, middle short, Amphimacer strikes his thundering hoofs like a proud high-bred racer. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.